All right. So, last time you guys spent your day in route, going around, basically shopping and meeting people, and you had a big fancy meeting with the king and his advisors. You were entrusted with some respect, at least, and in recognition of your powers and in recognition of what you've done so far, you were beginning a small area with a castle to have as a home base. You were also tasked with trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in the Mournland, and if it's possible to stop it in any way. You were told that you were gonna travel towards the castle tomorrow in game time, and anything you need to do, you could do here in the city now. To which you guys spent in various different ways, with mentally torturing a small boy by chasing him through the sewers and shit, and going to different shopping places, spending time in an inn most of the time, and or paying a visit to a very powerful old guy who did not like to see that you guys had his blood. Seraphon was not pleased. But nonetheless, gone he is now. Although strongly limited due to magic from Elva. And that's pretty much roughly where you guys are right now, as you are either about to go to sleep or sleeping, and we can wake up in the next day, depending on what you guys want to do.
Yeah. I mean, Lona would have seen Jeremy write a note and then go to sleep.
Where did Jeremy put that note?
In his bag of holding.
Fuck! Well, Luna would also just go to sleep then.
Actually, probably not. He would have probably left it on the table of the room.
While you were writing, Luna would be like, "Oh, so what are you writing there?"
It's notes for a friend. Like a to-do list.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tuck in. Don't stay up too late.
Oh, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
And he's gonna write for a little bit and then go to sleep.
Okay.
And Lona opens her eye.
No.
Like Gollum. Step 1, summon Tarask. That's on the top of the list.
So.
Nah, she would sleep.
Okay, she would sleep.
Anyone else doing anything during the night, or?
No.
Okay. Then morning comes. I mean, you guys have had a long rest. Good for you. Whoever needed it. Onyx. Yeah, in the morning, let's start with Lona and Eladio. I mean, who knows who's back? Jeremy, Eladio, could be anyone.
Yeah, you gotta delete my character and put the updated one in.
Oh no!
I think I already put in the picture, so I think if you reload it, it's gonna be...
Yeah, I seen an old man.
I don't. I just see Jeremy. Am I dumb?
Well, that's a whole other different question. I just F5 and we'll see what happens, I guess.
Oh, that's wait, but on the map it's Jeremy, right?
Yeah, on the map it's Jeremy.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I think you have to delete it from the map and then
Yeah,
link in.
I can change that.
So my guy would try to wake up very early and then go anywhere where he can see the sunrise.
Right.
So if
No.
that's outside in the street, that would be outside, and if it's on the window, then it would be the window.
He would be able to see it from the window.
Then he'll just be looking out the window. And he'll have the note in his hand. I'm still Jeremy. Oh, never mind. Where's this inn that we're at? The super fancy one?
Stiller Fox?
Yeah. We're all there except Onyx, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's sleeping in the quarter.
And Linnea is not with you either.
But she's we don't know that she's there, but she's right there. Yeah, I'll just be looking out of the window, watching the sunrise. Be like, oh yeah.
Well, easy enough to do since it's summertime, so it comes up early.
Oh yeah.
And you're an old guy now, so feels natural.
Probably like he's like I can post a picture. I have a high quality one. He's like 40-ish, maybe a little older, 45.
Yeah, so an old guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you wake up and see the sunrise indeed.
Very nice.
Okay, so when Lona wakes up and see this man, she is gonna like sneak up on him. Can I do that?
Sure, make a stealth check.
There we go.
Oh man.
Oh, by the way, during the evening, I would take 1 hour to attune to that amulet thingy.
Okay.
Lona's really gonna kill me with her level 1 spells now.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be scary.
Stealth check.
Huh? Right. Do I use my passive perception
What's your passive perception?
17.
You will hear her sneaking up on you.
Yes.
I would just look at the sun still. I mean, not directly into the sun, just, you know.
Just
You're staring directly into the sun. Gotcha.
and say, good morning.
I stop in my track and be like, okay. Are you one of Jeremy's friends? Or who are you?
I guess you could say that.
This is so confusing. Sorry, who are you?
Alexander. Whatever you like, I suppose.
Alex, okay. So how come you are here now and not Jeremy?
He thought, well, both of them thought that I should take over. I don't know why exactly. It felt a little rushed. But he left me these notes and just shows the notes.
What does that say?
I mean, it says a bunch of things. We can get into it when we see the others.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, better get
Yes.
down to get some breakfast then before we are leaving.
Do you know what date it is?
Do I know the date?
I don't even fucking know the date.
It's summertime.
I had a hang on, give me a second.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Asking the questions that have never been asked before.
Yeah, that's I have it written down.
Yeah.
Right. You are in the month of Lavian, which is July. And it is the 14th. On a Wednesday.
I tell that. I'm
Thank you.
kind of sad that I never got to say goodbye to Jeremy. And he was writing a song. I was really looking forward to hear that song.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
That wasn't what you imagined.
Oh, well, I mean, it is what it is. We should get down. I think we meet Elara and our friends there, Erendril, and I don't know where Onyx is, but maybe he's down there as well.
Okay. And I'll head down with
Erendril, you have like a pretty fucking high passive perception, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
you. Heard her sneaking too.
I mean, since you're only meditating for only like
4 hours.
2 hours or less, yeah. You'd probably be awake when you hear them leave the room.
I'll go after them then.
Well, you recognize one of them, Lona, and then some old geezer who's following her.
And hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is my dad. No, I'm just kidding. This is
Funny.
this is one of Eladio, Jeremy.
Yeah, right. That
One of
okay.
Eladio, Jeremy.
One of Eladio and Jeremy's friends, I guess. I'm sorry. Was it Alex?
It's funny how confusing this is to others. I understand completely.
Yeah, like it's like you learn to get to know a person and then you are met by someone else. It's rather confusing.
Well, I mean, wouldn't this be like, let's say, meeting you and then just meeting someone who's similar but not the same?
I don't know, because I don't know what you know from Eladio and Jeremy. I don't know how much you know about me and how much I can tell you, and that's the thing that's very confusing, because yeah.
I know
I'm
a lot
sorry.
of things.
It's too early for this. I'm gonna have coffee. And I walk past them.
Yeah, I'm joining you.
All right. I assume Miss Elara is following too.
Sure.
Okay.
She'll be there. I'm just keeping an eye on you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as you said that, as soon as it was said that you were friends with Eladio and Jeremy, she'll be like, "Oh, of course." I don't know how early you wake up, Linnea.
Well, I would already be down there, but in a secluded section of the restaurant. Because of that, I didn't tell them that I was there. I'm definitely not letting them see me until I want them to see me.
Okay. Erendril, make me a perception check. Just send it to me.
I love that.
Did the roll come through?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, internet is being a piece of shit.
No,
Zelfs
that's
steeds from Lona
And
took
everyone's
10 minutes.
internet is being a piece of shit.
I was fine.
Oh, never
I don't know
mind.
what you guys are talking about.
Oh, that's why. The man was stealing all of them.
Oh, my download is going great.
Your connection to the server has been interrupted. Yay.
Wow.
Aw.
I mean, you can just write them what you rolled on this.
I can't see what I rolled.
Oh.
Well, that's a pity. Well, let's just say it's 20.
I remember when I lived at home, and my sister would download something, I would throttle her connection so I had more.
Yep. There are definitely some ways that you can influence the internet
Yep.
usage.
And I would always throttle my dad as well when he was streaming stuff, so he would get annoyed, so we would get higher internet.
Yep.
Worked once.
Yeah.
Until they figure out that you are the reason that it's all.
Oh no.
Oh, they still don't know.
Are you still there? Ah.
Oh,
Nice.
we had like we had 50 megabyte download and 10 megabyte upload
Okay.
Mhm.
for a whole family there. And for me especially, that just wasn't enough. So I kept throttling stuff, so it went really fucking slow, and he got more and more annoyed. And I was like, "Oh no, it's because we have such a bad internet." And then he upgraded it to a, I think it was like 200. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, it's much better now."
Oh man, that's fantastic.
I mean, that kind of speed.
There you go.
We have certain.
Oh, okay, with that roll, even when you're trying to hiding,
Wow.
you get a glimpse just as you're walking past. You kind of like get a glimpse over towards Linnea, see her, but you don't necessarily have to do anything. You just quickly see her in a secluded booth. The others have no clue. But you guys coming down can sit at a table, and there's plenty of room. Seems like most people hasn't gotten up yet. Fresh coffee is delivered and some light breakfast, and but for now, at least for what most of you think, it's only you three.
4.
4.
Does any of you know where Onyx is?
Look
No
to-
idea.
Right. And Linnea?
She's sitting somewhere there in a secluded area.
She's here?
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
But it's a conversation with.
Well, I guess you
Nopek.
told him immediately.
I mean, they asked, might as well.
Maybe she doesn't know that we're here. We should let her know.
I mean, we asked.
She probably asked not to be disturbed for a reason.
I know that.
But maybe she
Jeremy
just
asked
arrived here. She could have just arrived.
just this morning.
I don't know.
She would sleep in another inn, or anywhere, and then come to this inn in the morning.
I mean, she could have slept on the ship as well.
I think the ship left.
Maybe.
I mean, that might be true. It's
Linnea, what's your passive perception?
My best perception would be. Blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ. 14.
14. Okay, roll me a perception check.
Oh, yay. To you?
Yeah.
Alright.
doesn't matter.
What?
23. Okay.
Well, that's not bad.
Let's just say that
Everyone
sitting
hears
there-
everyone today.
as you're sitting there reading through your notes, and you kind of like look up, and while Eberron is very like, "Oh, she's over there," with a slight nod, you do see Alexander and Lona kind of like both unsuspiciously look in your direction. You're like, "Oh, okay. Well, they know I'm here."
I think we should just leave her until she wants to come.
Hmm.
Just take breakfast. She can.
I don't
join
know
us
that
if she
your
wants.
conversation with Nopek go yesterday.
Right. I think we should all
Remembering what he
the
said.
Dark Lanterns as fast as possible and find Onyx. They might know where he is.
Erendril, things went downhill when we were there.
Let's just not here, not without Linnea, not without Onyx. Let's just go there. Yeah, I mean, we don't even need to take time eating here, quite honestly. Or
Just say that the half-orc comes over, the half-elf waiter comes over with some food and some coffee.
sorry, I almost dropped my
You know,
mic.
For each of you, just some pieces of bread, some eggs and bacon, light breakfast, and some black coffee.
Yeah, I'll
And,
eat.
just see that. I should get that, and you guys get it on like a small plate, which is like it's fine, but you know it's a typical high-end place where you pay a lot for the food, but you don't quite get enough to actually get full. On the other hand, over at where Linnea is sitting, which is about maybe 10 meters away from you guys, in another booth, they come over with a fucking trolley with a lot of extra stuff and different pastries, and there's some sausages and all kinds of things that are just given over. It makes your breakfast look like, oh, this is what we had left from the leftovers. Here you go.
Well, I'm in
But
the
it's
booth.
functional and it tastes fine.
When they are presenting it to me, because I absolutely know that they are there. I'll inform the waiter to when I have my pick that the trolley can go to them and be like, oh yes, oh, would you like something too?
So a few minutes later, the trolley does come over to you guys. There are all kinds of different pastries and sausages and melon and different kinds of fruits, warm milk, cold milk, fresh pressed juice.
I'm chewing on my bacon and be like, no, thank you.
Here, Alexander's gonna take a little bit of everything to see what it
Sure,
tastes
his
like.
cholesterol can take that.
Yeah.
Oh.
He can eat everything.
Oh,
He's not
you
vegan.
know, I'm just making sure since he's an old fucking geezer.
Oh yeah,
I from
Yeah.
an extra pastry, you know.
his mind is old, but his body is young.
His body's young, yeah, right? Sure, okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay.
On the
well,
inside.
Now, well, as a trolley goes off, you guys have a pretty good breakfast.
Okay. Well, after breakfast is over, or did you guys want to speak about something?
I mean,
Anyways.
we were like kind of eating, not knowing who you are, and don't know what to say. We should just
Okay.
group up.
I think whatever questions you might have, they're better asked when we're all together. I mean, you can ask them right now. I'll just answer them again later if you want.
Sipping on my coffee, be like,
Okay.
I think it's better that we group up because we have a lot of questions, and I really want to brief in with Erenril and Elara as well regarding what happened last night.
Right.
It's important for Linnea to hear it too. So yeah, just try to find Onyx and gather everyone before. Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
So by the way, we still have the scrying ball, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we could try scrying on Onyx to find out where he is.
I can use that once every day, and if it's not absolutely necessary, I would like to use it for something else today.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I mean, we can just check in with the Black Lanterns. They have agents all over town, so...
Yes, I think that should be the first thing we try, and then if we can't find him, yeah, we can use the ball.
Hey, Linnea, we're going to the Black Lanterns! Are you coming with us?
Coming! Fucking shit.
How are you feeling, Lona? I know that yesterday you got some of that powder in your face.
I'm not at my best. I feel a little weak, I must admit.
Okay. And I would look at the others. We'll explain everything when we get to the Dark Lanterns. I'm sure Elvessa might to talk to all of you. And let's go there.
Okay. Well, while you are getting ready for that, Alex, you wake up in somewhat comfortable bunk bed in the barracks, and whatever do you do?
Well, I was told that they would come get me if he was ready. So I'll just stay here. Until
I
they
mean,
do.
that's surprising. I mean,
Good boy.
you never know. About half an hour later, one of the Black Lanterns does come over and be like, looking at you for like a few seconds, and they're like, Onyx, I assume.
Yes,
Come with me.
I follow.
Good boy.
Follow.
You are escorted over to Elva's office. So as you come in, the female twin is just sitting there behind her desk working and looks up as you come in and goes, Right, I assume you slept better in the bed than you probably would on the cobblestone outside.
Most likely, yes.
Well, Onyx, and why were you trying to sleep on the stone outside again?
Well, I was told by the guard outside that you were sleeping, so I had to wait until the morning.
Right. Why?
What?
What can I help you with?
Oh, you have Mikael?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna interrogate him, I heard today.
Did you
He's
say
already
we
been-
were?
He has already been extensively interrogated. I don't believe there's much more we can get from him. At the current time, at least. Is there something you wanted?
I mean, I was told we were going to interrogate Mikael.
He has been interrogated. Quite extensively.
I'm missing the we though.
The thing is, Onyx, I'm not sure how much interrogation versus beating you would do.
I mean, there's only one way to find out.
He's in our custody, and despite our reputation, I do not condone torture or beating a man after death to get information. What is it that you wish to get from him, precisely?
My barrel veil.
Your barrel of ale. Right. She begins like shuffling through some documents and stolen goods, a barrel of wine cask, cannonball, and barrel of ale. Yes, there we go.
Harass summoning.
The refillable barrel of ale, correct?
Yes.
Has been destroyed.
Excuse me.
Well, I say destroyed. It has been altered with a very specific kind of ale. One that only a handful of people in this world actually like. If I'm honest, the rest of us think it is vile, which is what I meant by destroyed.
I see.
Yes, and in the altering process of changing the magical capabilities of the item, apparently something went pretty wrong. There seems to be... How do I explain this? Your barrel of ale has been quite around, honestly. I mean, having something like that in just a bar, for example, would be wonders, since you would never have to restock. It would be an infinite amount of sales, which, as you can see, in terms of taxes and in terms of working force, not a good idea, which is why something like this is usually prohibited. For personal use, it's debatable. Either way.
Is it?
As an attempt to try and get it around officials, it has traveled quite a bit. And during this travel, it has also been altered multiple times. And as everything with magic, if you try to alter something that is already set in stone, or in this case set in barrel, things can go awry. The barrel, apparently, has its main function in terms of this disgusting fish-like ale. However, as far as we can ascertain, and we don't believe we have all the options yet, there is a percentage of chance that it will deliver something else. Which, if I get my note out here, has been anything from deadly poison, water, salt water, some kind of lemonade, we think, we're not sure. It's kind of weird. Pure undistilled alcohol, which...
Oh no.
that was a popular one. Something along the lines of schnapps, if you've ever heard of this. It's usually some old people drink it in the morning. It's
Yeah.
strong. Honey, apparently. And some of the more freaky ones has been blood, which, well, for our taster was quite a scare, considering he thought it was wine. Yeah. Not need to talk about that. There has been white wine, red wine, some kind of weird wine with bubbles in it. We don't know what it is. It's a new thing, I think.
Oh my god.
And the champagne cannon.
And then we have found at least 4 different kinds of poison. One meant for getting someone to sleep. One making them mentally completely unstable and going crazy. One that killed a taster, which was a very potent and deadly poison. And one that apparently, as far as we can tell, we managed to stop it in time, might turn you to stone.
Oh.
So as you can see, this barrel is potentially quite dangerous.
I mean, I don't see that as an issue.
Oh, I had a feeling you might say something like that. Look, to be honest, the item should be destroyed.
Why?
Well, because its main function is to deliver fish ale, which I think is vile. But other than that, also because it can supply anyone with all kinds of weird, powerful potions, poisons, and other things that we don't like to just have people walk around and create.
I'm sure that can be fixed.
They stole your property.
Do you have a bill of sale that can prove that this is indeed your item, Onyx?
Don't you have a certain spell that can basically do the same?
No. I assume that is a no. However, with Mikhail, that would be unusual. What are you going to use it for?
I mean, I would try to get better illness. Obviously.
And if it's impossible, if the current chaotic setting, for a better word, cannot be altered, what then?
Then I'll just make a bomb out of it.
A what?
Hmm?
You say that again, please?
I'll just make a bomb out of it.
A bomb.
I'm sure, yep, I'm sure it will be useful.
On one condition. You do not try to alter anything with the casket or turn it into a bomb for the time that you are in Breland. When you're outside of Breland, it is no longer my problem and have not.
How about outside of road? That sounds way more reasonable.
That would still be in Breland, so I cannot agree. I can, when you come to the Moonland, or if you go to, I don't know, Drome, or any other place of annoying people, but not in Breland, please.
I mean, I could do it in my castle, no?
That will still be in Breland.
No problem.
However, she checks checks the map out. As you can see, it is basically right on the border to other countries and areas, and could just take a quick few hours walk, test there, and then it would no longer be my problem. I'm sure they would.
Or we could just align with the enemy. Then it's not their territory anymore. Then you can use it.
Isn't the Kenram in Dargoon?
No, it's
on the border.
Breland. It would be funny if the King of Breland gives us territory that's not in Breland. That would be.
No, I'm just confused by this map then, because it's like.
You'll have to attack these guys and take the castle first, but then
Yeah.
Oh, yo.
Then I give it to you. If you take the castle by yourself without my help, I will give it to you for free. Oh, thank you, dear king.
So do we have an agreement not to use it in Breland? And I will know if you do, Onyx.
Oh no.
She's telling the truth. Like, she will know if you do.
Fine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, it's no longer a barrel. It's more like a cask. It's kind of shrinks since last time. She kind of goes under her table.
I mean, that's kind of convenient, actually.
Brunk. And it's like this size of cask and maybe this height. So it's not, there's a fair amount of whatever's in there. But
All right.
right, I will just hang on. And she takes out like a sharp knife. Then she goes over to where the lid is and she marks in with a rune that you haven't seen before. But seems to cross over this ceiling. She says a few words and you can see the rune just. Here you go. Don't remove the rune. I will know. This rune will only work inside of Breland. When you're outside of Breland, it will deactivate. because then I no longer care. But if the rune were to be removed, altered,
found a
or
loophole.
something like that, I will know.
You have no trust in me, do you?
Don't
I
worry
do.
about it.
I do have trust in you. I do have trust in both you and your comrades. But going along with this trust also means that you know the areas of a person where they might falter a little bit. In your case, if we are to take that, it is that you have an insatiable need and pleasure in doing the opposite of what an authority tells you. Doing exactly what you want to do, either just because or to show them, in this case me, that you can do whatever you want. And 3, your insatiable love for ale. These are 3 well-known things. Put them together in terms of a barrel that literally can produce ale in vast quantities. I think it is fair for me to take some precautions. Had it been with Jeremy Latero, him, it would have been in other areas. Do I trust him? Yes, I do. Do I trust him to stick to a plan perfectly? Not necessarily. Do I trust him to... Well, you get the idea. I think. Yeah, take Lona. Do I trust her? Absolutely. She's a fine agent of ours, and I trust her implicitly. Would I trust her if it had something to do with her long-lost brother? Maybe not as much. Does that mean I do not trust her as a person? No. It means that every character and every person has their faults and have their personal stuff where they might act a little bit differently. Take Elara. Again, if she saw her sister suddenly, would I think she would react rationally? No. I don't. Erendriel, if suddenly you saw Adriel come walking by, would he react rationally? Probably not. You see my point? It's not that I don't trust you guys. But in certain events and certain choices, your actions might be questionable. This is a small precaution. Don't change it in the present. You can work on it anywhere else. Hell, you could even try it still. Still works. Just don't auto it.
You want me to try the visual? Is that what you just said?
God, no, I don't want anyone to try the visual. It's awful. But again, you might be lucky and get something better.
I mean, anything is better, really.
Why? Hang on. She kind of like takes out a pretty rather big goblet and then places it in front of you. Try.
I try it.
Okay. Roll me a 1d20, please. 7. Okay. As you begin opening up, you see this rather almost how do you explain it? It's not like it doesn't look like it's a solid liquid that comes out. It looks more like if you it has the same consistency like if you have a milk that has been in the fridge for just a bit too long. So it comes out more like in lumps and has this really thick, green, musky texture to it. And immediately she's like, well, maybe luck is not your strongest suit.
No, I drink it.
Okay, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
disadvantage?
With disadvantage.
Is it poison?
It is poison, so I guess you would have advantage, which means it's a straight roll. 28. Okay, so you only take half damage. And no additional other effects. You take 12 poison damage.
Which is reduced to 6.
No, as in, it's halved. You take 12, you would have taken 24.
Yes, but I have also resistance.
True. Then you have to only take 6. It burns a little bit on the way down. You can feel like it tastes horribly. Like, taste-wise, it tastes fucking horribly.
This might be worse than fish ale.
You just sit there like,
You don't believe me? And I hand her the cup.
no, I do believe you. I just saw what it did to our last taster, and well, I suppose there are positive things about being a Durigard.
I don't believe so.
Fair enough. Nonetheless, be careful. Good luck, and I will know if you try and alter it in Breland.
Of course. When I leave the office.
Menacingly. Do you look at her and walk backwards?
Yes, of
Holding
course.
this. Close the door.
He's just looking at you the whole time.
That's how you do it.
And then I just close the door and walk to the supply wagon. I suppose.
Oh.
Okay. As you come outside of the headquarters, you bump into the rest of the boys and girls.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Yes.
To meet you right here.
You guys see Onyx coming out with a casket of, well, you recognize the casket. Well, actually you don't, because it has
would
been
look
shrink,
different.
So,
Yeah.
So he has that casket.
Onyx, where have you been? Oh,
I mean, where have I been? Where have you been?
we've been at the inn.
Seems boring.
Yeah, well, we kind of fucked up as well.
What is that?
How?
It's a cask.
Oh.
What's in the cask?
I gave him the cup that I just. That pulled.
I inside check.
I mean, even with your... Sure, make an insight check.
Don't roll him. Oh my god.
I
That's why you
totally-
don't.
I mean, he seems earnest, but with your passive perception, as soon as you like look down into it, it's like...
Don't drink that.
Is this poison, Onyx?
I mean, I'm not poisoned. I believe.
No, you're not poisoned.
I feel fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass for now. But thanks for the offer.
It's
Anyone
an
else?
interesting casket.
Who is this? You wanna try? Here, have a try.
Yes, there's an old geezer you haven't seen before right in front of you.
I'm sure old guys like this.
I really don't want to try that, but thank you. Is Elvessa inside? Do you know that by any chance?
Yes.
Right. We can. I think she wanted to talk to all of us, so I think we can just go back inside. Are you sure you want to leave that out here and not take it in with you, just in case that it gets stolen or something? That would be terrible.
Why do you think I'm still holding on to it?
Oh no, because it seemed like you were going to the supply cart to
I
put her.
jullie konden weten. We're supposed
I
to
see.
leave.
Okay. Well, I guess we can go back in then.
Why do we?
Apparently something went wrong when they tried to talk to Noprex yesterday.
How bad this can go?
you-
Can it go?
Well,
It
Well,
can
I'm
go
wait
very-
soon to find out, I guess.
why? Where is this Nefrex anyway?
He was inside here.
Yeah, but
I don't
who
think
was
you
he?
saw him once, did you?
No, we were doing different stuff at the
Right.
time.
We freed him from the prison city. He helped us get to the village.
Yes.
He was imprisoned there?
He was imprisoned in the city, yes.
I believe it was because he tried to do some, in their eyes, idealistic things or something.
I think it's
And-
best if we go inside. Elvesa will have a lot of answers as well, especially
Oh.
on
Okay.
updated information.
I'm assuming this is Eladio.
Yeah, something like that.
Uh,
Yes.
Oh, that's it's weird. But no,
But yes.
I'm Alexander.
Let's just go. Let's continue.
Okay.
You sure you're not on the ship?
I'm certain.
Hmm.
But I mean, this can be used later. You can store it somewhere. Put it in a bag of holding.
That's a good idea.
Considered how it is still a casket and the bag of holding has a certain diameter and range it has to be, it is not able to fit in your bag of holding.
I mean, I had a cup that was poured in.
Huh?
I had a cup that was poured in.
I think he wants to put a cup in, not the big casket.
Oh no.
The cup in. Like, the cup is almost empty. No, you would have drank almost all of it.
Why?
With
I mean,
you?
you,
Yes, you
you
would.
just said like, yeah, I'll drink it. That's what you said.
Yeah, I didn't
Not
say I
to
cheated.
sip it. Yeah, but I mean,
That's fine.
There's there's not much left.
okay. All right, so we're going inside, I guess.
Okay. The guards do briefly ask you what it is that you wanted, and you mention her name. He's like, just get in.
Everybody is allowed to talk to her.
Nah, but they know who you are. Actually, they know who 4 or 5 of you are. You, Alexander, would be stopped by the guard and be like, "Who are you?"
I'm part of the group.
It's
He's-
Eladio.
You can see that he kind of like goes over that he takes like a little book out when he goes and straight through and goes like, holds it up like next to your face and to the book and goes,
I
No.
think this should say in race that I'm a changeling. That should explain.
I mean, come on, you have this information, right?
I would be surprised if you don't.
then change back to him.
That's not going to be possible.
Oh, why
Uh,
not?
I'm going to change my arm into the changeling arm.
I believe
then-
that you are a changeling. I just don't know if I were to believe that you are indeed this Eladio or Jeremy.
Oh, is him changing into Eladio's gonna change that? You could do that otherwise as well if you were someone else.
He would be able to change into either one of these two if he had at least seen them, which would be more credible.
Well, to be quite honest, you just showed me a picture, so I've seen them.
Well, then change.
No.
Then I'm afraid I will have to wait for further orders.
That's okay.
Let him in.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
I should say let him in. He just kind of looks over you with a raised eyebrow. No.
You asked for further orders.
He just ignores you.
We have information for Elva. Just let us in. Come on, man.
Then go in.
We need him.
But seeing the commander, there's a.
That's
system
okay.
that
I'll
we need to
wait
follow.
outside. Just send someone to tell them who I am, and then I'll come after you. That's gonna be way faster than anything else, I believe.
Oh, fine. I'm going past him.
I offer him a drink.
We're not allowed to drink on the job.
It's not alcohol. Don't worry.
He looks at you with a raised eyebrow, looks in his book again, finds your name, and goes, right.
Mhm.
Crazy motherfucker.
I go in to see Alva.
Okay. The door to her office is closed, but
Knocking like, Alva, are you there?
he'll like a few seconds later. Yes, come in.
Sorry to disturb you.
In the room is also Duran and Lord Rukin.
Ooh.
Oh,
nice.
am I interrupting?
Nothing important. Are we done, Lord Rukin? And you see him just goes there looking over at you. Well, I suppose we are. You have your orders, I assume? She goes, I don't take orders from you. I take orders from the council or the king directly. So follow the proper channels and get the fuck out of my office, sir. He just kind of raises an eyebrow, goes, and then looks at you, and on his way out goes, I thought all of you would have been left for your little castle by now.
Well, we need Duran to join us for that, so here we are.
Kind of like just looks over at Duran. Yeah, well, can't go fast enough. Safe travels and all that. And he leaves.
We just
Well,
give
thank you
a
for the
nod
drink.
and
He looks at you
You
with
want
other
to drink?
He looks at you with other disgust and just goes, "No, I certainly would not." And he
I'm sure you would
moves
like
on.
it.
He just
Shame.
ignores you and goes on. You hear the going from doom. No, Onyx.
I'm just being polite.
No.
so Alva, we have a problem in the foyer. Jeremy has changed, and now is someone called Alexander, and we are not allowed to get him in. And he really wants to talk with you.
Why is it that he needs to change all the time? Do you not realize how much paperwork needs to be done to make sure people have the proper clearance?
I
No.
understand that. I'm just looking at Onyx and like,
Then why did she? Fine. Rafael, and you see like a younger, maybe like 17-year-old kid comes running in and just goes, yes, ma'am. Take this note out to the guy in front that is talking with. How does this Alexander look?
an older gentleman, beard, a little gray-haired.
Yeah, that really nails it down. Okay.
I don't know how he looks. He's having his eyes closed on the picture. I don't
guess
know.
disguise self and make me look like him.
Like that.
And I
Kind of
hold
like
it
runs
back up
off.
to him.
You see Alexander that a little kid comes up giving a note to the captain of the guard who's just standing there waiting and goes, well, it's your lucky day. Go in.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna go in.
Okay, like a few minutes later, Alexander does come in the door. Ella sits behind a chair, arms kind of folded a bit. Not in her usual attire, but more like a casual work attire. Sitting and just looking at you guys. So, what? New month, new you? What's the deal here?
Actually, in the middle of the month.
New monster you.
Okay, I think my internet's good.
Amazing.
I understand this must be confusing. Is there any questions that I can answer?
Well, to be calling it confusing is just one thing. I know your race and that you can change into so many things, but forgive me for saying so, but having also different personalities would, under different circumstances, perhaps be called something else than just a changeling.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. The question would be if it affects or how.
The question would be how mentally stable you are.
How mentally stable do you believe I am?
I don't know, because I don't know how this Alexander works. I just know that there is a vast difference between Eladio and Jeremy. Like, vast difference.
That would likely be correct, yeah.
And by your demeanor, it seems that there is also a vast difference between Jeremy and, what was it, Alexander?
That's why I was created.
Created.
Yes.
So when you say created, it is both physically and psychologically?
I suppose yes. Well,
You see,
maybe
like a little small notebook and literally
Onyx.
just writing things down.
Onyx might maybe know what this could be like, since he was created as an adult. As far as I know, at least.
Well, to be fair, Onyx used to be a Warforged and is now a Durigard, but he is exactly the same.
Right, but his personality developed as an adult. He was put into an adult body and grew from there.
He started... Well, I see your point. However, you have had a childhood. You have memories from then. You have been from, what would you say, start to now.
Not really.
What do you mean not really? You were still born. You still have a past, you still have memories, you still have a father and a mother.
Well, technically, I have been born today. Which is why I asked for the date, because today would be my birthday.
Alexander.
And about the memories, they're not mine. They're mostly Jeremy's memories and Eladio's, and they allow me to access them. Now, in a normal conversation, this would work in a way where someone tells you their memories, and with maybe strong magical abilities, they might be able to show you in a dream their memories more specifically. And I have the benefit that I can see Eladio's and Jeremy's memories, but that doesn't make them mine.
In a normal conversation, someone wouldn't be born as a 50-year-old. 45.
I mean,
40? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to presume. But...
I mean, technically, one would. I know I don't look like a 1-year-old.
But with the appearance of someone who would get winded from a few stairs.
Again?
But with the appearance of someone who would get winded from a few stairs.
Yes.
So it's fake.
I suppose so, yeah.
You're like once again like jotting down some notes.
I mean, my changeling body is, I believe, 20. Hold on, let me just check before I say something weird, because I wrote this down ages ago.
Oh no, we're way past weird, dude.
Okay. My changeling body is 28, but I'm as a changeling, you can change into whatever you want. So appearance doesn't really matter.
I know that in this regard. However, in our admittedly limited knowledge of changelings, this change is purely physically. To see it also have a psychological effect is new information, which opens up a whole new avenue of questions and inquiries. However, that would be rude to do that today. My apologies. Forgive my
need.
My curiosity. Sometimes it gets the better of me. That's basically why I am in the position I am. Always curious.
Is there anyone else who has questions about this?
I mean, a lot of questions. I mean, Jeremy said that someone that we haven't really seen yet is still in there. You're not that person then, since you are saying that you were born today.
Yes, I am that person.
So you are that person, okay. But
At least I'm not aware of anyone else.
okay, but then you were all, I mean, so you were already planned or already born since Jeremy knew about you before you were here.
Well, it takes 9 months for a pregnancy. It did not take 9 months to create me, but to create me, they did not just have to create a body, but also a mind. That's what's taking time.
So how do they decide to create something like that? Like, I know the changeling body part, but creating a mind developed like that, it sounds very complex.
I haven't done it. Eladio did it.
Cicelario?
Yeah.
Oh.
He, you could say, sat back, and that's why Jeremy had to take over. So while Jeremy was acting out physical activities, Eladio was creating me.
With what purpose? What can you achieve that Eladio himself cannot?
He believes that his means to do good can go too far. And when it comes to something like leadership, he believes that seeking it actively is damaging for the community.
But with that knowledge, like, since he has that, what do you say, insight about himself, isn't there a way to adapt after it? Be better and trying more, harder.
I would say yes. It is possible. Some things are very difficult to change. You can analyze that you might have a problem. Let's say you could analyze that a fear of death might be irrational, or the loss of a loved one might be irrational, since you might see them again after your death. But that does not make the moment itself feel any better. There's two important parts. One is the way that you feel, and one is any rationale that you might use to try and influence how you feel. But often you can try to use whatever rationale you want. You won't be able to influence your feelings. And I believe Eladio thought whatever he tried or would try wouldn't truly change the core of what he became. So however much he planned on not taking positions of power, he would still want them. Even though he knew that wanting them would likely be bad.
So
Well, if there's no, sorry, continue.
so is this why Jeremy told us that Eladio probably won't be back ever?
I don't know if he will be back. At least not at this point.
Well, it is fascinating. I won't lie. confusing sometimes, but fascinating. Forgive our curiosity, but as I said, it's
Like curious people.
it's a new world, I suppose, in so many ways.
Can we now get to what happened yesterday evening?
Right. Which part? A lot happened.
I don't know, apparently something happened with Noprex.
Right. He left on his own accord. He is has been branded a enemy of the state. And we believe that he will try and gain allies to get power, especially probably in Karnath and in the Mournlands themselves. He seemed hellbent on wanting to restore the empire of which he came.
And
Is he already a lich?
No.
But
He's
he is trying to become one. From
Yes.
what I understood.
Yes. You were trying to add something, Linnea?
yeah, well, forgive me, but I wasn't totally informed of this individual.
No, we weren't aware of this individual. It was someone that this party of adventurers both assisted and got assistance from, if I remember your debriefing correctly. Until yesterday, it was believed that he might be an ally, or at the very least just be a neutral player. And we were trying to ascertain how much he knew, how powerful he is, and what his goal was. What we could ascertain from this was that he is to be considered extremely powerful.
Oh,
And the overall goal of rekindling and recreate the Empire of old seems to be something that he is trying to have as an active goal.
So the records on him were wrong about his opinions of the kingdom.
Of its what, sorry?
The reasons we read about why he was in prison must have been wrong then.
They were wrong.
They were both wrong and right. He was a servant, and he was thrown in jail for insubordination. It was just a bit
He
worse
tried to
than he let
usurp.
out. Yes.
well,
And, well, he's attempting the same here now. The one thing he told Jeremy before he left, or I suppose all of you in the room, was that we should look towards the skies. I assume he wants to raise cities similar
Yes.
to the one in Icewind Dale.
And we know of one, at least, which is placed, not surprisingly, in the Mournland.
oh,
And it was that this city might have caused the mist itself, or was that already a known fact?
Nothing is a fact when it comes with the Mournland. There are many different theories. It basically depends on which country you are, on which theory there is. If you ask the people of Thrain and their top researchers, this is a divine will, of course. Everything is divine with these people. No offense.
not taken.
On there, they believe this is magic gone wrong.
Yes.
Again, not surprising. In Karnath, they believe it is necromancy. Not surprising either. In in Eldrin reaches, they believe that it is Mother Earth itself that has rejected our way. It's... yeah. To be fair, we don't know, surprisingly enough. Those that has come closest to it has probably been the investigators that was helped sent from the Moorholes, the dwarves. Being so far away from the Moon End, they've had what we would call perhaps a fresh perspective. They haven't had a inclination of what it might exactly be, and since this has nothing to do with, according to them, any over mining in the mountains, then they had a fresh perspective, which was good. Asking them, they said that there are several possible reasons. They refuse to discard any of the other theories, as they said that since there are no proofs, a theory is a theory until proven. So, the current theories, as of right now, should take on like several notes. One is divine intervention. As I mentioned before, this is especially something that the Silver Flame believes in. They believe that the mourning was a form of retribution from the last war itself. This theory is, of course, very unpopular, especially among Syrian refugees, since it seems to blame the Syrians directly. But since historians has pointed out that Sire was not the original aggressor of the last war, this does seem as a weird form of punishment. But still, that is the theory in this regard. You were asking, sorry.
Well, that would mean that Breland would also be at fault, because Sharn's been destroyed as well.
Correct. This would mean that there would have been 2 divine interventions, and consider that the main idea of this divine intervention was from the war itself, and this one that happened while there has been no war. It is my interpretation that that theory is not valid.
Yeah.
But Breland and Sire were allied.
To an extent, correct.
But
Breland has been the only country who has openly accepting the Syrian refugees and giving them a refugee status, and even giving them their own city with somewhat autonomy.
Yes.
The Syrian refugees were not even welcome in places like Thrain and on there.
Duran is in the room, right?
Yes, he's just sitting in the corner behind her, and he's just sitting, also taking notes, it seems.
I would ask him, will we pass through New Sire on our way to Kinrun?
Well, it wasn't really the plan, but I suppose maybe yes. I think the idea was to perhaps take the railroad all the way up to the city just north of Kenrun. That would be Stalskur.
You can actually just, put the map on, right? It's gonna be way easier.
Sure. Have fun loading that in.
Load it instantly.
Boom, boom,
It's not loaded in yet. It's still loading.
We can take the railroad to Starilaskur, and then we can take the main road with the wagons and horses, which does lead through New Sire towards Kenrun.
That would be great.
This time Eberron looks over you. Is there any particular reason that you wish to travel through New Sire?
Well, we spoke to, when I say we, I mean the others and Jeremy. I think it should be clear. They spoke
Sure.
to Prince Orgav, and he, he,
He
promised
wanted
us
us. He wanted us to find some documents to support his position as the rightful leader of Sire, and yeah, they would be inside the Moonlands. Since we're speaking of this, is that something that would be considered a threat to Brenland?
Well, Duran, and Duran kind of like shuffle through some more documents. Well, with the proper legal documents, and at least in the eyes of the world, he would have some proper argument to support his claims. Of course, being that Sire is now consumed in the Mournland, that feeling would be a bit moot. However, should he succeed in finding some of these older documents, it depends on what exactly there's in this document, but at least, let's say one day that the Mournland resides, with the proper documentation, he would be able to at least have a strong claim on the area that is left.
Question: why doesn't he have that already? Is he not the only living?
Well, and now we are getting into a strong political matter, but let me try to explain. One of the reasons, for example, that several of the other countries didn't refuse to consider the Syrian people as refugees was because, due to the Mournland, in a technical, legal definition, their country no longer exists, which means that they are stateless and thus not to be considered refugees. And to make it worse, a lot of their soldiers who were outside of Syria, of course, abandoned their plight and was captured in the different countries. And normally, these would be considered prisoners of war. As per the decrees that has been signed, any prisoner of war should be released to the country of origin when the war is over. This has not been done because they don't belong to a country and thus are not considered prisoners of war. They are just trespassers.
I mean, the country still exists too.
Not in its legal, technical formality, which is why he wants documents.
If the Mournland disappeared today and there were no additional documents, would the country of Sire become the country of Sire? Would these borders still make this country?
Unlikely in its current format. If we take it without any legal documents, most of the pure line was erased. There's no denying it that he is a prince, but how far down? The longer down the line you are, the weaker your claim is. Consider that Sire has not existed for some time now. That claim without any proper backing would be almost non-existent, which means that he might claim that Sire has then appeared, but other countries would, in a legal matter, possibly ignore this.
So let's say
it's more likely that the Mournland, should it disappear, would be carved up into already existing countries that will take whatever they can.
That was my guess.
yeah, but let's say that we help him find these documents. Wouldn't that also, add a very powerful ally to Breland if we help him?
Both yes and no. Elva, I believe in this political matter you might have some insight. And she looks at all and she goes, I feel for the Syrians. I truly do. Most of the British people do feel for them. That is why we also gave them refugee status, to make sure that we could assist them. However, Prince Orgev is Prince Orgriff is a dreamer, and he dreams of the day when Sire will rise once again. Of that, I don't blame him. But he also dreams of the Syrian appreciation will also be the zenith of culture in Kovir. You have to remember that Sire was the jewel of Kovir. He wants that to happen again. Even if he has to carve a new kingdom from Berlin itself.
So it would help if he gets the documents then. To not do that, right?
Depending on the documents. There are a lot of different legal documents in this city, some of which also attain to Sire being the leader of the world. Before, the different countries were split up, as they are now with Elden Reaches, Drom, Sulaco, Dragoon, and so weiter.
I fail to see why exactly this would matter.
Because due to some of the oldest of contracts and documents, it would give validation to his claim that Sire should once again be established. Not only as a country, but also as continental leaders.
That I understand. When it comes to monarchies, one step is developing a claim to a throne or to land that you might rule over. Now, it can be argued that Prince Orgaf has a claim to the entirety of the Mournland, as well as Dargoon, which, as far as I know, was Syrian territory before the Goblin leader seized it in the war. So,
to an extent, sure.
The claim itself is pointless if you don't have the forces to see it through. And I don't see him have the forces to take back the Mournland.
That's where you're wrong. With what they said about the prisoners of war, we still have all of them. If he has the claims, we will have to give them back. And that means that he has the forces to do whatever he wants with them. And giving somebody a lot of military force power is a threat to any nation. And I mean, that is something you have to consider yourself. Where will he bring those forces? Will he bring them down on Breland, on their train?
That's why I'm just thinking here, if we would help him get his claim in the name of Breland, that would mean that Breland could be a potential ally to him. And the world is fucked up right now. Basically, there's wars everywhere. Maybe this is what the lands need. Someone that takes a claim or help to establish some, I don't know. I'm not into the politics, but right now anything with leaders has, there's war everywhere, in every border. Something needs to unite us all, and maybe this is it. I don't know.
Well, the Mournland will have to be investigated, and we'll have to find a way to stop those things. According to the Syrians and to what the needs are of them, that is debatable. To the matter of what do we want to do with all the people that are still left of that. We could give the documents to the Brelanders, see if they can find a common ground with the prince and try to establish an auxiliary forces of their army to give him the rights to claim Dargoon back. But
what exactly is... Are the prisoners being used for? Are they enslaved mostly?
In Aundair, they are just prisoners for the time being. We do not.
Prisoners for what?
They're just kept inside one of our prison cells, just holding them up, not doing a lot with them.
As a-
I don't know what they are trying to do with them at the moment.
No. My question is, if you're a prisoner for a reason.
Yes.
So what is the
They are prisoners
reason?
for fighting against the country.
And the
Being
only
upon-
way they would have gotten out was being prisoners of another country.
Per the agreement that has been signed, they would then have been considered prisoners of war. Since the war has ended, you are obliged to return any prisoner
So-
taken. But since
so-
there's nowhere to return them to,
Right.
Yep.
Is that not a waste of resources to keep all of these people in prisons?
Well, what do you think that will happen to trespassers at some point? They will get killed. Or they will be forced into labor camps, or depending on which faction you have.
I see.
Their fates are undetermined.
So
Good.
not necessarily imprisoned, but also enslaved.
Enslaved is a big word. I mean, you did fight against a country in the name of another country. And since your country is not there anymore, you are supposedly like a rebel or being treated like a terrorist.
see.
Then the rights are different. And you guys will be facing with the same truths and values when you reach Kenran, since you guys will go into politics and the land.
The reason why I brought up Prince Orgav in the first place was that by going through New Sire, we would be able to ask the support of his men to help us in rebuilding the castle. I don't know exactly what the issues with the castle were, though. I know there's some damages.
the prime problem with the castle and surrounding lands has been that they have been left to fend for themselves on the rot, and raiders, goblin raiders, different kind of things from the Mournland has ravaged the area and the place itself.
How many men stay at the castle? Or, women or whoever else?
There used to be a full garrison. We saw about 80 heavily armed infantry and scouts.
Mhm.
This was reduced a lot, unfortunately. Right now, a small mercenary band has taken up refuge there. On our side, luckily. They hold about 20 men, I believe.
Is that everyone is in there? A band of mercenaries? There's no one who has been at the castle for. And the people who have been at the castle, have they died or have they gone somewhere else?
Those that were the owner of the castle before has been stripped of their rank since they have been participating in questionable activities.
That I understand. The question was about these soldiers that had been fighting there for.
Since they were whole soldiers specifically to this house, they have also been discharged.
I see. Well, the area itself is very much like a desert. The area of
It has become mainly because it has been so uncultivated for such a long time due to mismanagement. It is a rough part of the area, and during the summer it can be especially rough. However, with proper management, it has been shown that it can be a place for prosper. It has not been properly attended for years.
New Sire, I think they have farmers in this city, so it is
Most
possible
likely.
to use the surrounding environment to grow food.
I guess you will see when you find them.
The great scenario would be if we can get some of the people in New Sire to join us at the castle. I would prefer having people there who want to stay there instead of people who are being paid to stay there, both for expenses and morale.
In my experience, someone loyal to you because you paid them is better than someone who joins you with another goal entirely in mind. What would stop these Syrians from simply overtaking the castle when you're gone?
What
You have to remember that if the Syrians do get even greater area, they might begin carving out part of Breland for themselves, declaring a new independent kingdom, or at least try to.
Do the new sires people, do they see the prince as their rightful leader in their eyes, or are they against him?
In their eyes, he is a king in exile.
Well, if we're being fully fair, Breland has not made great memories with mercenaries in the past. You were able to handle the betrayal of which Dargoon came to be, but I believe when mercenaries realize that they are holding the power, much like anyone else, they might try and take the territory for themselves. And if Dargoon says, hey, we're going to pay you more, and let's just expand the border of our country past Canron Castle, please?
Well,
Who's to say that the mercenaries won't take their gold? Gold does not have a...
I can at least ascertain for Dargoon's fate that they won't try anything at this moment. The agreement that was made in the last war did not specify Dargoon as a country. That is, if Breland wants to take Dargoon, they could have taken it easily. Same with Silargo. They have no agreement in the last war says that those nations cannot be attacked. Same for Drone.
Just because there's no agreement that a nation cannot be attacked doesn't mean it can be taken easily.
That is your perspective against their power. The 5 nations were not strong just because of their cooperation with each other. They are strong independently. That's why that last war took that long.
I mean, since the new Sai people are, or the Syrian, how do you call them? Syrian. Yeah. So
Syrian.
Yeah. So the Syrians, they still believe in their land and they still believe in their king, which would mean that if Breland could offer them hope is much stronger than any gold coin can ever pay. And I think it could be a good idea to negotiate things together with the prince and help them have this hope to get their homeland back. As we are going in there, why not try? And I think that could establish some good relationships and trust. And maybe that would just, unite the Syrians together with the Brelandans. I don't know. Just a thought, because I think that hope is the things that will go forth, not any gold coin. Gold can always be risen by anyone else. Like if you pay them more, that doesn't buy loyalty, but hope is loyalty. And yeah,
there's a lot of ifs in your line of thinking.
Yeah, well, we can decide this without talking with the king or the prince.
Or I can decide that he will not wait for the monarch to disappear. What if he decide that he and his, roughly from what we know, despite legislation, roughly around 15 to 20,000 people in New Sire. What if they decide to take up arms? What if they decide that they want something more? Starting with a castle of Bernd. Not only will that also perceive us as weak, this will give you an opportunity for other countries to attack as well.
That's why I'm saying that. Why shouldn't
To
Relland be
remove
the one
some
that?
of the ifs that Lona was stating, if I may, any city has people who are loyal to the leadership and people who despise the leadership. Now, this would be true for Sharn, where in the lower levels, people would look up and think, whoever is leading this surely does not care about us. And they might be willing, if anyone is, to be one of the first who would leave the city if offered a better opportunity. It would be foolish to go into New Sire and ask the wisest and best trained officers to lead Castle Kenrun, but one could ask the poor and the unskilled, which in turn, to be fair, will need work to train them and will need food to feed them. But the loyalty that you can get from helping someone out of a dire situation, someone who has lost their home and is looking for a new one and hasn't really found it in New Sire, I think that's what Lona was trying to get at, that itself is something more than gold.
The problem is that New Sire also represents hope in itself for a kingdom of people who has been unfairly treated. The problem or the solution that you put at the table and the explanation you said here would logically also mean that there has to be a high and a low. Some who do not like what's going on. A problem is in a city like this, they're everyone on the same level. They're all low.
And
they are all in favor of their king in exile. What you also need to know is that the parliament has recently, driven by Lord Daruken, of course, introduced legislation to put a cap on the population of New Sire. The British Parliament do not wish for the Syrian refugees within their borders to rise to more than 20,000, which is the current estimate is what we are reaching. Prince Orkev has, of course, opposed this bill, and the matter still remains held up in debate and is awaiting a final vote.
And that's why all my ifs is based on, because we can't make this decision.
Even if this become law, Prince Orkev has already said he will not abide by it.
No, but
that makes him dangerous. This
because
means that even if there is a law he does not like, then he will simply ignore it.
How would you enforce this law?
Order control and putting up British guards in New Sire to make sure that there is a cap, along with administrative overview and oversight. But then again, this has not been voted through.
No, and that's
not everyone is in support of this. This is why this is still in debate.
And that's why I believe that having another approach to maybe help this king to get his own lands back would.
Your approach
would
is
prevent...
all I'm saying is that it is potentially dangerous.
Sure, but this approach is also dangerous. This will only oppress the people to rise against our king.
Sure, but it is a lot easier to beat down 10,000 people than it is to beat down 50,000.
I'm sorry, but I have learned that the easiest way is not always the right one.
I'm not saying it is the right one. No one can truly say which is the right or the wrong way. Yours might be right. Yours might be right that you find documentation that can help them being where they are now. However, you have to also understand that some of the ifs that you are both putting on the table is that for the Monland to disappear and New Sire to actually be available for resettling again. Otherwise, the only place they would be able to resettle would be within Breland.
If
Consider that right now we estimate, I believe this estimate should be taken with a grain of salt. It is probably higher. The estimate is that there is currently 18,000 in New Sire. That is a conservative estimate. More from my spies suggests we are nearing around 25 to 28,000. And more to come every day. What do you think will happen if they also are given access to Kendron? This will increase their areas by a lot. The beacon of hope will shine brighter, and more refugees will arrive. Look, I understand what you want to do for these people. I admire it. And in many ways, I do agree. But my job here is not whether I like it or not. It is to do what my king asks of me and what is best for Breland.
And
what you are asking could potentially result in them getting an official status. Them getting an official status would immediately release the prisoners of different countries, which I, in fairness, do believe they should be. However, where do you think they would go? To the Beacon of Hope. With the prisoners and the different people around this continent, we estimate that within a year, New Sire would explode from roughly 25,000 people to 150,000 people.
Wow.
And then we will have a full-blown rebellion or new country directly carved out from Breland.
Playing the cards right could mean as well that you are gaining an ally, not an enemy, and that the hope that are shining is going to make the people want to fight to get back their land from the Moonland. Maybe there is a solution that we could find together if we are united about it. But right now, oppressing them will only make this
No one
bold.
has talked about oppressing.
It will be oppressing for the people.
Rights.
They
live within Breland. You have to understand this.
I do.
And east, in New Sire, in Kendron, in Sterngate, in Stadil Alskur, hundreds of thousands of people live there, right next to the refugees.
So it would be in your favor if we find that Prince Orgaf has rightful claims to Dargoon and the Moorland, since at that point
will help his case to be officially recognized.
Well, it would help his case to remove himself and his people from Breland.
And where would they go?
Dargoon is not weak. They have a better shot at attacking the lands surrounding them than attack a nation that is now also preparing itself to defend in the case of that Sire gets his recognition. You guys have to understand this is going way above normal human legislation problems in that section. If they have that power, what do you think Aundare will do? What do you think Train will do when they see that Breland is weak? I don't know. I can't stand in for my queen when she wants to use her force. What do you think the Elden Reaches might do if they are not preoccupied by the demon Reaches? We don't know.
Well, that's not an issue considering, that's always an issue.
Right.
Well, the problem here is that you have the mindset of everyone is your enemy. While I see possibilities if you gain a powerful ally, as you are afraid that the Sire people will become, if not regulated.
That is Lord Ruken's. That's what she said. Lord Ruken has put in that vote. And what she said was that that the prince itself doesn't want to abide by that law, even if it is getting in there. And then we have issues with somebody that is not caring of what the nation that let them in is saying about them.
Sure, so what's wrong with having a dialogue with this prince to see what his visions are
He
compared to
already
the...
opposed the rules that
He opposed them, but did anyone ask what the compromise could be?
Right now, no one knows what the compromise could be.
Because no one reached out for a hand to, establish some contacts, right?
they already raised out a hand by letting them at least settle inside Breland. That's more than any other country did.
And that's why I think the Breland king has a favor in his eyes. Why would they make an enemy of them?
He begins ruffling through some of the reports. This is an old report from one of our spies in the city, of which we have more than a few. It states as follows. While Prince Oregev plans to rebuild Sire in some form, whether in a new land or a cleansed Mournland, rumors claim that he plans to secede and seize all of Eastern Breland for new Sire. Worse, these are supported by quite many Syrians, and has even been reported as a fact by the Voice of Breland, which, as you don't know, is a newspaper. Take that part with a grain of salt, nonetheless. For now, although the Brelish has granted them only unappealing remote land, Prince Oregev has graciously accepted the hospitality, praised their generosity, and vows that the Syrian will be and remain good guests. Nevertheless, Boranel, our king, will not yield any more of his kingdom, which is why we sent in these spies. What we've also accounted for is that the Covenant of the Grey Mist, a somewhat secret organization of Syrian nationals, is based in New Syre. And it has several Syrian Avengers amongst them. If you're unaware what this is, these are to be considered very skilled and very highly renowned knights of the old Syrian Empire. The Syrian Avengers see the New Syre as their home away from home.
Yep.
There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. There's a lot more to this than just simply giving them more rights and put out another hand of help. It would be a lot easier if the world was that black and white. It is not. It is a lot more political intrigue and gray areas. The best course of action would be for your group to remove the presence of the Mournland so that they could go back to the lands that is rightfully theirs. However, it would not be an easy one as well, because it would take time for their claim to be formally recognized, and during this time, there are several countries who would probably want a piece of the cake.
Thank you. Is there a possibility to get Brelish people into Kenran, not mercenaries?
The mercenary group is actually Breland born and raised. They are a renowned mercenary band, known for their somewhat loyal, as long as you pay them as they are owed. And they are known for only taking contracts for Brelish employers. They do not wish to be in an official capacity in terms of the army, since they believe the private sector could earn them more money. I suppose they're not completely wrong in that regard.
And how much are they getting paid?
As of right now, each of their members who are recognized in the deal is paid around 10 gold a week for their services.
Not bad. Are there any civilians still roaming the area besides that mercenary band that are British?
Probably, but at this point we don't know. We have sent scouts ahead, but we have received nothing for so far.
Are there people in Rote, or I think you mentioned Starilaskur on our way?
That's the
Starilaskur.
city, yeah.
Let's go. Yes.
Right. Starilaskur. That we could. I don't want to say hire. I would like to say convince to come with us.
It would
Let's
probably
be fair. If we look at Rote, there's not a lot of poor people on the street, and I'm sure you're putting a lot of effort into that. So how about you offer some of them the ability to come with us?
Why is it
instead
that
of-
you insist on it having to be poor people?
Well, because they have no other options.
So they are driven from desperation.
I would
Or
say that
gratitude.
yes.
Again, if either or. I would
Let's
feel better with some certainty. However,
let's
it is formally recognized as your area. Do as you please, and bear the consequences.
but let's make it easier. Are there people that we can pay to be there?
Administratively, Duran will be helping, assisting you for the time when you are not there.
No.
In terms of security-wise, that is up to how you want to do it. I can only suggest and advise. You have
there-
mercenaries at your disposal there who would naturally need to be paid. Maybe you can strike a better deal. If you believe that it would be better to have Syrian refugees conscripted in as soldiers, I question that, but maybe you'll prove me wrong. If you wish to find people within Road or in Strylaskur to assist you, then that is also a possibility, but again, this would be out of your own volition, and I can only wish you good luck.
Durant, do you know of people like this?
Well, I do kind of like the leader of this group. Kelland is his name. Charming fellow.
Cal.
And while they're mercenaries, they have been used before. When I've been in tribals, they have been a personal protection, along with some, whenever it was needed, dark lanterns as well. They might not be British military, but they might as well. I don't think they've been working for anyone else but us. They just are paid more. But then again, they are also particularly better skilled. And it is my firm belief that you should be paid properly for your skill sets. But again, and it's been made clear that the decision is yours.
I have no idea how to run a property like this, so I would actually
No, don't
put
worry.
my
In terms of
trust.
the administrative part, I will help with that.
Yeah, and
Don't worry.
that's why I was going to say that I trust your opinion in this. I wouldn't try to.
I know how it sounds with mercenaries, but think of them more of a privatized part of the military. No, that would in definition be a mercenary. No, they're mercenaries.
I'm just afraid to be backstabbed if someone would pay them more or offer them something else that they are.
Well, I can only speak for their good word that they were, in fact, once an attempt on my life, where the leader, Kelland, was offered 5,000 gold pieces for my head. he took the money and then killed the one who gave him the money and then kept them.
I respect that. I respect that.
Which at the point did, make you worry a bit. But it seems that he is very much about honor. He thinks and believes that honor is the most valuable resource there is. So if he has made an agreement, he will stick to that agreement. The only reason he should go out on that agreement is that if you do that first, for example, by not paying.
Makes sense.
What do you think about that, Alex?
Is there a way of increasing the amount of people in there? The mercenaries right now, they might sit around for a couple of days, then fight off a horde of goblins, then sit around. Instead, we could have a larger group of people who they could train in the meantime.
It's probably possible. There's a limit of to how much room there is in terms of the castle.
Well, you said
they hold about 20 strong men and women in their company for now. I know that they would be able to have more if necessary and paid more, of course. For that, we will have the administration, which would be myself and my advisors and helpers, which would be myself and at least 4 others. To that, there will of course be the horse master and his trainees. That would be him and at least 4 others, along with several of the horses. There is a blacksmith coming with us as well, and a what was it? I have the notes here. An outfitter, basically, one who is specialized in terms of repairing and helping in terms of outfitting those that are there. So we have different artisans and administrative body along with the military or this group. All in all, and if we subtract all of you, since you will not always be there, I would say that right now we are nearing around 35, maybe 40 people at the castle. To live comfortably there, between 50 and 60 would probably be the. Any more than that, it is gonna be tight.
Would you be able to find 20 people?
But
can certainly try.
Duran, speaking from a house perspective here, construction workers, people that can reinforce walls, people that can build houses for the workers that will
workers and in terms of masonry, he will be there too. We are nearing that capacity, if I'm honest.
All right. Anything we can do in the early beginnings to make your stay easier, and then at least make the prep work so that there can be foundations to build upon.
Well, I suppose we'll have to see when we get there.
That correct.
And with the amount of people here, also keep in mind that in terms of actual bed space, as has already been exceeded, these extra ones have people that are living in their own tents and making their own arrangements and stuff like that.
No hot bunking.
And it's possible to build something up, but you will see when we get to the castle what is possible and what is not. It is not meant for many people to live there all year round. It is meant as a military outpost.
Right. I would like to change that.
This will naturally take time.
I think I know a few ways to speed that up. Let's just say Jeremy left me a note, and there's a lot of things on here. But one thing in particular that he mentioned to me as well, mostly in my mind, difficult process, is that in Icewind Dale, all of you encountered a device called the Summer Star. Now,
right, I didn't hear any of that because my headset died.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna say that Jeremy told him about this. And he knows that in Icewind Dale, all of you encountered a device called the Summer Star. Now, this device was only for a short period able to change the weather with the power of an 8th level. I believe it's just a change weather spell. The radius of this spell is quite big. And the goal of this device was to make this change permanent. I know that it had a problem, and a sorcerer called Macreatus was working on it, trying to solve it, and he died. I know that all of you found this device and got this problem solved by mind flayers that were adorable looking, and brought it back to Copper, who was working together with Macreatus on this device. As far as I know, Copper was never able to finish the device, but also that was a small village far in the north. What capabilities do we have here in Sharn? Or, well, in Breland, or Rote?
Well, magic used like that would most likely be considered banned. It is tampering with things that has been put into law of not being tampered with.
So if we would want to use this device and center it on Kenran Castle to change it from a
Then
desert
that would be illegal, yes.
by Brelish law.
Correct. This can be, what your plan is, can be done in terms of, if it can be done in terms of non-magical means, then that should be the one that should be pursued. Of course, magic is able to assist in areas, but this is a vast change in weather and region. This is not something I believe would be accepted.
Well, it is a region that was given to us, correct?
Not given to you. It's still, you are the holders of the land, but it is still under the Brelish throne and parliament.
What negative effects would they suffer
That
if
you
we
are playing with
created a
things
forest?
outside of normal humanoid control. Just because we can change the weather and change a region doesn't mean we should.
I mean, that would mean it is within human control.
There is a lot to go through this. Not just you are changing an entire region completely just because it would make it easier for you.
And everyone living there.
Says who?
Well, I suppose everyone who lives in a desert and would prefer living not in a desert.
This has been a prosperous area before, when it was properly cultivated. You were suggesting a shortcut.
What is wrong with shortcuts?
That they can backfire. You were mentioned before that someone died trying to make it permanent.
Correct. I mean,
What if your tests permanently change it to an Icewind Dale-like situation? A permanent winter. Or permanent summer. Both of which would not be good.
the power of the device is coming from the device. If you could turn it on at any location in the land, let's say in the middle of the desert, not as of now, but there's ways of getting it.
Wait, so you have a weather control device that can influence the weather at any time, whenever it wants?
The device itself can be carried around. The point of it was to center it, as far as I understood from Copper, he would wanted to center it in somewhere in Icewind Dale, maybe Bryn Shander. Now, it could be that in the construction process, one could create a let's not call it a tower, but a statue on which this device must be played to be fully powered. If that is the case, this device could not be carried around, used as a weapon of war to wage, horrible weather in enemy territory, but instead it would simply change the weather in a given area to whatever you like. In this case, that would be calm weather, I would assume. Temperatures that aren't blisteringly hot, but instead support plants and the growth of plants. Just to make the area more viable to live in.
Couldn't you rather than get a druid to do that for you?
If we did that, the druid would have to recast the spell.
Missing a point. You are talking about permanently changing something in a region via magic.
Correct.
If the area is still badly cultivated, extra rain would not help. Extra dryness would not help. Extra sun would not help. Workers will need to be there to lay the foundation before anything else.
I agree.
You can have great weather for a whole year. If no one works on it, then it won't matter for anything.
I also agree.
Tread carefully.
Both.
With what you're doing here. The area that is there is rigid. It is hard, I admit that. But it is definitely not impossible. And it is still subject to very much change in both summer and winter. But right now it has not been worked on for years. Ever since the Syrian refugees arrived and had New Sire, nothing has been done in that area.
May I ask what else is there in the area besides the farming fields?
There's mountain regions, of which there are both roaming bandits, roaming goblins that comes from Dagoon who served nothing but trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the Tlin Kali has also made its appearance in there. Big scorpion-like people.
Oh, okay.
Half people, half scorpion. We believe they come from the Moonland and has apparently settled up in the region. There's a lot of threats that will need to be taken care of or help with.
And I think that's something that needs to be dealt before we take in thoughts about using a magic device that also could be stolen or used as a weapon. So can we just get along and just see what we're dealing with and take it from there?
Assess the situation, make sure that we have a plan, and then to deal with any threats, make sure the foundations are kept there, and make sure that everything is correct before we leave Kenwyn behind.
Getting the device would be possible,
but something will not be going to do at the immediate time now. I get what you're going with, but as they say, my house has also not begun with a magical device that my ancestor got. It has been done through hard labor that has been cultivated over hundreds of years. These areas...
Don't worry.
What is the reason that is preferred? So, assuming that this magical device creates the change weather spell like a druid would, a powerful druid that is, you could have 3 druids cast this spell 3 times a day for, let's say, a year, and change the environment in a given area with work coming from outside workers, to become a forest area or to become fields filled with crops. After this year, the area itself might have changed enough to be sustainable even without this perfected weather. Now, where would be the difference between having a device that does this for you and paying 3 druids for
Once
1
again,
year?
As many druids would probably say to you, you are dealing and playing with things that is unnatural, that is unneeded. Changing the weather constantly will also have an effect on the animals in the area. It will have an effect on the climate. It will have an effect on neighboring climate. It will have an effect on the overall value of a set area. It will have an effect on those living there. It will have an effect on those living near there. It can have unforeseen consequences in terms of how the weather will react in itself and around the area. It can and have unforeseen consequences in terms of someone using this mechanical device for not good. It can have unforeseen consequences should it go wrong, should it permanently change something, should it permanently weaken something, should it be stolen. Want me to continue? The lists of many failures are quite long, which is why even in the most rigid of areas, this kind of magic is not used. We farm the land. We try, with magical help, to farm these land the best that we can without permanently changing our surroundings.
Are there any mines nearby that those bandits and those goblins are inhabited?
Most likely.
That
You
we-
are in a bit of a mountain chain in this area. So, quite possible. It's in
So-
between two mountain chains. Again, you have to remember, this castle was not built with a city in mind.
No.
This castle was built as a military outpost, which is right on the border of Dagoon and close to the Mournland. In this case, when it was built many years ago, it was also a place to make sure that no one could cross those two mountain passes. As you can see, Kenrun kind of situates itself in the middle between the two mountain passes. It is meant as much as a checkpoint and as a way of making our borders secure. So while I deeply commend the feeling and need you guys have for wanting to make something better out of the situation, keep in mind, this was never the intent. The intent, when started, was a military outpost. Now, it is true. This has been given down to you, and you have some means to try and make it better.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you what you should do or should not do. I can only advise.
Well, if it
And
isn't,
use Duran when you are in doubt of legal possible consequences or effect. Then he would be able to assist.
What I understood is, while you would advise, for example, against hiring Syrians to stay at the castle, the device itself, using that, would be illegal.
In terms of using sirens, it will likely gain a few raised eyebrows in the parliament. Someone who is not part of the politics like yourselves might think, who gives a shit? Fair enough, I understand and very much sympathize. However, I also know that it is the same people that can revoke your status as well. However, as it is right now, you have a tremendous support inside the parliament, not due to as well the Black Lanterns and of course our king who supports your cause, which gives you some leeway. So one would be some people disapproving.
Mm-hmm.
The other would be in direct violation of Brelish law. It's two fairly different things, if you see my meaning here.
so it was a military outpost and a border station previously.
Yes, more or less. There have of course been people that has been living in the area. It is estimated that in that area specifically, we're talking about maybe 100 to 200 people. Nothing much more.
Okay.
It is a rigid area. It is close to the border, and it has been unfortunately reported that several raiding parties has quite harshly and astonishingly directly from Dagoon traveled over the border to attack more specifically Syrian refugees than British soldiers. They have been particularly careful not to harm any British soldiers, probably to make sure that we won't start anything. But that doesn't change the fact that they're crossing the border with military intent.
So what have they...
Having that castle up and running will be something that helps. Unfortunately, they have also been using some of the cave-ins and some of the areas in the mountain chain that is right next to New Sire.
All right.
This is, and keep in mind, it's not like I'm trying to say that this is now your problem. We have already dispatched several military convoys who has taken up places south of New Sire, very close to the border, and who will try to make sure that anyone trying to raid in this area will, of course, be put down. It's just so that you are aware that this is also a problem that you might run into.
Would it be possible if we organize, or at least try to organize, this device, and anything that comes after, like regal requirements, will need to be discussed, and we will not use it until they are discussed?
She looks over at Drown, who's like, well, you do like it. You sounds like it. You still want to carry it with intent. You'll just wait with the intent. This would have, in the matter of the lore, probably be a bad idea.
The reason why I bring this up is I would then be able to provide, let's say, the Dark Lanterns with this device, and they can inspect it for any dangerous properties. And then a law can be made or adjusted for this device specifically, based on its properties.
But per your debriefing, this device doesn't even work anymore. It was a one-time thing.
Yes, it worked once. It was meant to work more, but after we tested it this first time, it was fixed by a society far more advanced than even what I've seen here.
You mean it was fixed by someone from Seraphon's era?
Would Mind Flayers being that?
Excuse me?
Dwarven Mind Flayers.
Onyx, you know a lot
How
about...
do you know that, actually? To be fair, I don't know, but how do you know that they met those Mind Flayers?
He told us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I said Mind Flayers.
Yeah.
Onyx,
okay.
you know a lot about the technology behind it. I think you even had them, asked them to improve these sketches that were made. What do you remember about this?
I mean,
Yeah, Onyx, what do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh
that
god.
was supposed to alter the weather in an area for permanent.
Roll me history.
Can I give him bardic inspiration for this when I asked him, and give him guidance? Well, not that he might need it, but bardic inspiration is a D8.
23.
D8, roll it.
You remember that it was meant to do so, to alter the weather permanently. That was the idea, the core idea, to counteract the winter-like land permanently. This failed, since having it permanently would require such a force that it was not possible to keep it that way, and it was too unstable. Like, there almost nothing had to be done for this instability to completely explode, which would, in your expertise, have some pretty severe consequences. From what you can tell, having something to change temporarily is definitely feasible and were proven to be able to be done, having a device that could do it permanently would, from the sketches you've been through, and you were through all of them, if I remember correctly, and even the improved ones, it would be possible, but it would also be highly, highly unstable. With a 23 and with your expertise in the area, if anything were to go wrong, the weather in this rather huge radius that it covered could go completely fucked up. Like, we're talking permanent changes to the extreme. Daily tornadoes, daily floods, daily extreme winds, daily extreme rains. Like, it could change the weather, yes, but it was so unstable due to the vast power of making something like that permanent, that it would be so unstable that it could be changed or fucked up very easily.
Like the movie Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. There's all the food flying around.
Like, we're talking all kinds of weather where you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Do you convey that info, Onyx?
Yeah.
Basically, Onyx, you would know that yes, it's possible, but it could, due to it being permanent, it is extremely volatile, extremely unsafe.
Then
Potentially.
What exactly did the Mind Flayers fix?
What they fixed was that they put another layer of protection so that it could last in its temporary state, which was increased, without imploding or exploding.
Yeah, they put temporary thing stable.
I see.
It was not
The
made for
weather
permanent.
itself. Got it.
Yes.
So you said that you could create a device that could cast this a limited amount of times. Would that include something like once per week or once per day? In those scenarios, if there was a really strong drought that would allow the castle to survive such a shorter period of time with a device like that.
A device like that would, in terms of his skills, probably something that could produce where you could change the weather for numerous of hours, maybe once a week, something like that, so it doesn't implode on itself. But it would indeed be something like, if you had a drought, you could, in fact, for quite a large radius, make it rain for a set amount of hours, and then it would have to, for lack of a better word, cool down until you begin.
So you believe that could
be done safely? This would be able to be done, theoretically.
Okay. Would those be acceptable legal requirements?
Looking over to Duran, it goes, well, rules tend to change when the extreme hits. If the device were used in the plight of British people, say in a drought, there would be legal precedence. But using it because you were feeling warm and wanted it to rain, you see, then it's a bit more muddy.
To be quite fair, you would be at the castle for most of the time, at least in the beginning, so you would be deciding when it is used. A lot of the time, at least. And then you can find out.
That is interesting. I wonder what you could do with such a device. And he begins thinking of it. And you just see, I was just like...
Now that I might have intrigued him. So there is one issue, of course. This device is not here. This device is in Icewind Dale. But I know that in Icewind Dale, especially in the city of Bryn Shander, where we believe Copper is residing, I can check on that to make sure. There is a teleportation circle, which was created by Adriel. Now, I do also know that the House Orion, which has a train station right here, provides teleportation services. We are friends of House Orion. Technically, Eladio is a friend of House Orion, and...
You what?
Again?
You what?
Right, I believe you two aren't on the best foot, are you?
On the best foot.
Okay. It
Okay.
is a long story. It was way back. But that said,
Alexander, Adriel's teleportation circles didn't quite work in the same way most
I
did.
understand, but having that there and offering them potentially an item from the area, from Bryn Shander itself, might allow them to link with this area and then teleport, not necessarily all of us, but maybe some of us. And then we could go talk to Copper and, well, hopefully convince him to come with us or give us the Summer Star. And
Alright.
I understand that we were meant to leave this morning, but also we were tasked with improving this castle. And this might take a little more time, maybe a day in this city, because there's a lot more options here.
Okay, so you would like to teleport back to
Enchanter.
Icewind Dale with no teleportation circle, but that of your friend.
Well, no, the House Orion offers teleportation services. I don't know if that means they have a waiter who says, let's go teleport, and then he goes with you to the other side, and then he comes back with you on the way back. Of course, this will likely cost money. It might be less if we come for good reason, which would be improving Castle Kenron, and we are friends of House Orion. I apologize to Linnea, but that is how it is. Now, that might improve the costs here of this idea, but that is an option. I suppose another option would be asking someone to sail all the way there and ask Copper to do it for us. But I would prefer talking to him. And we were leaving. You were all leaving in a rush back then. So
like here right now, do you suggest that this item get into your hands?
we would walk to wherever Orion's teleportation services are given. I would assume that in the capital of Breland, that would be somewhere here. And we would ask them, providing both the information of the teleportation circle in Icewind Dale, providing an item potentially from the city itself that we want to go to ask them to link with this area or the circle itself. We would ask to be teleported there with a way to come back afterwards and then talk to Copper. In the best case scenario that I see, he would come with us, and he would then be able, with this device, to work together with, I believe, Baylor's and Guilford's goods have done a very good job so far, and together they might be able to stabilize this device to what Onyx described, a once-a-week use for 8 hours, or however long this spell lasts. And then in situations where we have a difficult, particularly difficult time in Kenran, like a drought season, once per week, we could cause it to rain.
I will only throw one wrench into your plan here. To teleport somebody towards location, you need a permanent teleportation circle, and I don't believe Bryn Shander has one.
The circle that Adriel created was
It's not as much as a teleportation circle as a connection Adriel had to the area. Its nature. It's different from what you are suggesting.
I see. Then, what exactly does the plane shift scroll describe, Lona, that you are holding? Are you able to teleport more than one person?
It doesn't say.
Plane shift. You and up to 8
8
related.
people.
Okay. Then in that case,
But
we would.
you travel to a different
Right.
plane of existence. Remember that?
I haven't finished talking.
Okay.
So, In
yeah.
that case,
Yeah.
Elara, you know the rope trick spell, which would send us to a different plane. From that plane.
No, the rope trick would send us to a different demi-plane. There's a difference between planes and demi-planes. I thought someone of a magic use like you would actually know information like that.
Well,
Alex, was it Alex? I forgot. You have so many different names by now.
Well, I did not know that. So, in that case.
Well, I suppose a new day for anything. Sorry, Argo.
No, that is exactly how she would say it. It's amazing. Oh.
To answer you in terms of DM-wise, there is a difference between going into a demi-plane and a plane of existence.
Right.
Yep, unfortunately.
The bag of holding is also a demi-plane.
Yes, it's a pocket plane. Or what would
Right.
it take in technical speaking? It's a demi-plane, but it's a pocket dominion. Yes. So it has its own little area where that's why there's no air or CO2. Like there's nothing in there. It's just where you go in and grab the item. But it has its own little demi area, which means that it's not considered a plane, unfortunately.
Got it.
It's a good idea, good thinking out of the box, but unfortunately, in its most technical of terms, not usable in this particular one. Sorry.
Got it. But we wouldn't be on our
you can
plane.
certainly try.
So just to be sure, we wouldn't be on our plane of existence.
You wouldn't technically be in any planes of existence. If you see,
Right,
you take
okay,
like,
yeah,
if,
that's-
so if you say like this is the plane of existence, and then there is one
Yeah.
beneath, then you would be right in the middle where
In
there's
the middle.
like
Okay.
where there's
Yeah, yeah.
nothing.
No,
That's
still
the
good.
idea, right?
Okay.
The if you use the what's the spell quest where you can catch your own house basically? Scanlan uses it all the time. Yeah, that's also a pocket, like a demi-plane, a pocket area.
Got it.
Where you have full control, which is why it's your domain, basically. You have full control. But in terms of a plane, no, sorry.
Got it.
But hey, you can transfer yourself to the plane of fire
Yeah,
and then
let's
try and see if you can get
let's
back.
not do that again.
No,
with
no,
Onyx.
don't.
Then just level there until we have access to the
Nope.
spell naturally.
Or you can go to the 711th layer of hell. I know there's someone there who would love to talk to you guys.
Yeah, let's go fight Asmodeus, people. We got this.
Sure.
Well, the only other thing that I know is that Novarex had offered all of you to teleport out of the city. I do believe teleportation to a random location that you've seen might be possible, but I don't know how Orion would deal with that.
There's one thing that we could do, given that we now have permanent ties up in Icewind Dale, which is fantastic. This means that we also have different envoys and different goods and diplomatics traveling back and forth basically all the time, sending to Black Lanterns with one of these sendings to retrieve this person and convince him to join us in Kenton Castle would most likely be a very plausible way of doing it. Of course, it will take longer than being able to straight up teleport, but
That would be okay. Would I be able to write a letter that they take to him?
Of course.
Okay.
We have she kind of like goes like she has a bunch of papers. It's kind of like order in chaos. Like it looks like there's papers all over the place, but somehow she always know which area to go after which kind of document. And she goes over, she finds like a manifesto. Goes, we have a diplomatic mission with one of the lords, leaving tomorrow. I can place 2 dark lanterns as an escort, we'll call it, and they will then use their mission to, of course, obtain this person.
Yes, you're being escorted for free. Yes, of course. The king loves you.
It actually works in every way, because he will see it as an honor, and we will score some points with one of the lords and get our real mission in motion. So yeah.
Great. I will. But I can give you the letter by tomorrow then, or by today.
They travel tomorrow about noon, so
Okay. I will write it as fast as possible.
sure.
Gonna take out some paper. And then realize he has a bunch of other questions, so not now. Right. Well, this note of Jeremy says, bring diamond rod staff to museum, and wrote with the diamond. It is a very big diamond, and it looks like.
You showed them?
Yeah, I take it out.
Both Duran and Elva kind of like big eyes. See, like Duran kind of takes out his spectacles that are like. That is probably the biggest rock that I've seen in my entire life. How did you obtain this?
It was
Must
in
be
the
worth
city.
a fortune.
Apparently so, yeah. We wanted to get this to the museum here. We could obviously use it for magical spells, but the spells.
The amount of magical spells that could be used to this one
Right.
would be very potent, I believe.
And we thought that the size of the diamond might be more spectacular than, let's say, 100 diamonds of smaller size. While we could use these 100 diamonds of smaller size for magical spells, this one giant diamond...
Just to be sure, this staff with the diamond in has been in wherever you're holding this?
It was in my bag
Okay.
folding.
Gotcha. Good. Just making sure.
Uh-oh.
For
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm just asking.
No, it wasn't a bag of holding, dude. I hold.
Just asks.
Yeah, just ask. And all right, can you make a wisdom save, please?
I need
oh,
the,
you're greedy now.
I really need to take this one off because
Yeah.
You're sweating off.
Yeah, just randomly sweating at nothing to do. Like you can't hear us.
There we go. So yeah, I heard you. Don't worry.
Okay.
No, I'm just making sure. Just carry on.
Yeah. No. I'm the total random question. I get it.
Yeah.
So,
honey, would you mind getting something to drink? Would you mind getting us something to drink?
oh no, what is he gonna do?
Thank you, honey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, continue.
The crystal explodes.
So I would. So the idea was that we offer this to be shown in the museum and wrote, and in exchange we're paid a fair sum.
I am not even sure what a fair sum would be in this case. And Duran goes like, "No, what are you asking?"
What price we're asking?
Yeah.
We would like to have it investigated by a professional to name us a price.
Well, I can be that professional.
Then you can name us.
Sure. Just let me see it.
Okay. I've like placed the staff down.
Okay.
On the table.
Okay.
Oh no. What have we done?
Duran picks it up.
Dimension door, it's mine, my precious. He will slowly be corrupted.
My
No one will
old
leave our
staff has
castle.
returned to me at last.
Oh man.
The one staff to rule them all.
He's gonna be the second evil guy now.
Yes.
Gonna fight Narcorex. Oh man, Energy is really happy about what the staff
Yeah,
can do.
I don't like you guys.
Fuck yeah, man, this is gonna be awesome. It's gonna fucking destroy these guys.
Okay.
It didn't have, as far as I know, because Onyx had what's the thing where you see magical stuff?
Yeah, it wasn't emitting any magical.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But you know, that could just mean that it's dormant or something. Like, who knows, right?
Or like it was hidden, right?
Yeah, or maybe it needs something to activate it. Like, I don't know, an old guy. Weirdly
Who's
enough.
greedy?
Okay.
An old guy who values his property. Oh, that is a trigger that I said 10,000 years ago.
I need Alex to roll me a 1d100, please.
Oh god.
Ooh. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Fuck, I wanted to save this for the beanstalks. Damn it! Alright, well that's still pretty fucking cool. What does that do, Energy? Oh no, what does that do?
Haha.
101, dat was goed.
In every campaign, you need 100 if you roll a 1d100. We had it in Devin's campaign. Energy rolled it. And he was saved from the dead. And now it's the Diamond Rod Staff.
And now it becomes an even bigger diamond.
Dude, I wanted to plant beans around Kenran Castle and have a beanstalk. Now that's never gonna happen.
As Duran began fiddling with it and looking it over, you see that he is actually quite capable looking it over in different ways. And as he finds like different kind of avenues and angles to it and inspecting it in different ways, and at the end you see him like look up at you, like deep into your soul, basically, and then goes, "Well, here goes nothing, I guess." And you see that he begins waving his hand around in the air.
Uh-oh.
And as he does, his eyes glass up for a few seconds, and as he casts a spell, the staff immediately... And nothing more happens. You just see the staff just quickly, just woof, lights up, and then gone again. Nothing happens.
I'm gonna
you just sit
cast...
there like... Huh.
What happened?
Fascinating. Nothing. Which... something like this, I suppose, wouldn't.
Oh, my internet's back now. Sorry. I was gone for 10 seconds.
I believe what you have here is very rare. This is what would be considered the blue translucent color with white in the center. This would be what would be, in the old days, seen as a star sapphire.
And,
It is known that a single star sapphire, about the size of a fist, this would be a little bit bigger than that, was a prized possession of a once Dracolich called Dracotha. Which holded a value of about 12,000 gold. This one being somewhat bigger, I would probably estimate it between 15 and 20,000 gold. With its anti-magic capabilities, you might even be able to have a bit more.
Anti-magic abilities?
Yes, casting an offensive spell in the area of this seems to be somewhat nullified. I just don't know the limit. That would have to be tested, I suppose.
Try it right now. Do you believe that would help?
I did not hear that because you instead cut it.
Oh, I would have offered to identify it and asked if it would help.
I'm not sure it will, but you can try.
Right. Which is gonna take 10 minutes, so you're all gonna awkwardly sit there, I guess.
Let's see.
Anyone want coffee? I can go get some.
No.
She go.
Have you had any breakfast today? And I would offer them from the chest while I identify the thing. Offer them from the abracadabras to think of something they want to eat and take it out.
Everyone's kind of like just getting a little bit of a.
Just tell me how many charges I need to remove.
4. Let's see here.
Well, shit. Did it matter what I rolled for the item?
It matters, yeah.
Oh god. Well, that's good. Oh man, that's funny.
It mattered. Let's see here.
Yeah. This is why I rolled the 1d100s.
Yeah. I just wanted to see.
Yes, this is just a fake diamond. Yes, it's actually glass. It's worthless.
It's actually
Absolutely
sugar
nothing.
crystal.
Yeah, it tastes fantastic. It's a lollipop. Back in the days for giants.
Let's see here. From what you can ascertain from this specific stone, it can be used to ward off hostile magic, such as kind of like a globe of invulnerability. So they are usually very effective against stronger spells. A lot of spells can also be extremely enhanced by adding a star sapphire to the material component. For example, the duration of anti-magic shell could be extended for up to more than 2 hours than its usual time limit. They are considered prized gems amongst the drow.
Aha! Alara's like... But she's not a normal drow, so she probably...
They consider it somewhat of a lucky charm for those who could use magic, and a very bold choice for others.
What does the identify spell say at the end? Does it say like specifically?
The identify spell
powerful...
it comes up as just a star sapphire, mainly because it varies from stone to stone and stuff like that. It's like, it's like it comes up with the name, like a shitty search on Wikipedia, but there's no explanation. It's like, but why did you put the link in blue then? Why did you send it to a page where there's nothing?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it is the reason why nothing comes up is because it is a strong component that can be used in strong spells or to extend spells or to extend crafting as well. It's also known as a crafting material that could be used by the drows in terms of using their daggers, for example. Trying to create something like a 2+ dagger of venom, which is already quite hard, using the sapphire as a valuable gem in this could increase it from a +2 to +3, for example. Speaking a little bit out of turn.
We could
so
use
it is
this to improve weapons or armor.
Extremely powerful, potent material component, and also being extremely valuable, extremely beautiful, and considered sacred by a lot of different followers of different kinds of religions.
I can put it in my focus.
No, let's put it in Kenran and make a tourist attraction. We'll have a bunch of tourist money.
Yeah, tourist money and a lot of everything else. Like, I want to see the show.
Yes, great idea. Put it where the mercenaries are. We'll never have to work a day in their life if they steal it.
Offer them 2 of them as a payment, and they will be forever yours in loyalty. Or run off with it, you know.
Well, I mean, that's quite surprising.
That's quite a find, I must say.
So, from what I understand, we can partly, or could, use it to improve weapons.
Yes.
But also, there's different star sapphires that aren't as big as this one. So, it just feels wrong to cut off a little bit of it to use it for a weapon.
I don't think cutting it off in any way, shape, or form would be good at all.
Right?
Probably destroy some of its potency. In this case, with this one, it is unusually large. It would, like, normally they would be around like a fist size, so they would be like around this size. The one you have here on the staff is more like this size, so like twice or 3 times the size.
It's like a bowling ball on top of the staff.
Yes, which makes it does look like kind of ridiculous, but due to the nature of this gemstone is very light, oddly enough.
Okay.
Like it looks like, you know, when babies has a certain age where their head is much larger than their body, what it's like, it looks like if they tilt one way or the other, it will just fucking, that's the staff.
Got it. It's a baby staff, baby.
Baby head.
Very valuable baby head staff.
Nice.
If someone just tuned into the stream, they'll be like, what the fuck?
Yes, we have a baby head staff. It's one of our collection.
One of our most prized positions.
Exactly. We use it for our magical item components. So, what do you propose we do with it?
Well,
Should this even be in a museum?
It would probably be the best place for it to be, if I'm
Right. Okay.
honest.
That's good.
In the sense that no one can. You could sell this one to anyone who would, someone who wants to craft this particularly powerful item would definitely want to use something like this. This would, if it were to be placed in a museum, it would be heavily guarded, I assume, and would also be a huge attraction because both religious and artisans and others would convert it desperately. Say.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand how it works. Would it consume the power of the gem, or would it just be one-time use only that you incorporate the gem into a weapon or something like to enhance its power?
It depends on how it's used and the artisan using it. If used into a armor or weapon, for example, it could have a long-lasting effect on that armor that could increase its potency. Used in terms of spell casting, it could again also increase the potency by a vast amount. For example, if you use Revivify or Greater Restoration, things that would usually require a certain valuable gem to behold, using someone like this instead would increase the potency of the magic by many times fold, with the consequences of that also, of course.
So it would be consumed or destroyed with one use. Is that
if used as a material component in that regard, yes, but it would also be quite useful. I mean, if we take this and trying to use it in terms of magic that you would try and use, resurrect someone, revivify, revival, whatever, this kind of divine magic that you yourself use, I suspect that this would be potent enough to almost wake up anyone. And probably also at a much greater efficiency. Say if one of your friends, I let's hope not, falls in combat and you try to save them, using, for example, Revivify, you would know, having used that before probably, that there's a certain time limit before that goes, before it cannot be used anymore. With a potency of something like this, that time could probably be extended and the recipient would probably come back to life, not just on the edge of life, but probably fully restored with a potency like this. In terms of DM language, if you're using a stone like this, you'll probably jumpstart someone back to full health. It's like going over with a, I don't know, heart starter and a bunch of adrenaline. Just poof.
Bam, bam.
Okay.
Is Lamanza's cam just fucked for me or for everyone?
Just for you.
Just for you.
You.
Okay. Right, hold on.
So,
It's cursed, sorry.
Oh, that literally worked. I can't believe it.
so in DM terms, this wouldn't be able to resurrect someone that's been dead for longer,
Probably would.
or would it?
You have to also remember that there are still some limits.
Yeah, sure.
It's just that some of these limits can be extended, not that new ones can be created.
Do we still have Adriel's Ash? Do we want to fuck Lamanza over?
I mean, that's what I was thinking. Could it be used to resurrect someone like Adriel, even if his soul is now captured by Seraphone's
Remember, remember that his soul is fucked. And you know that, and I know that.
But we haven't.
You haven't told Enlil that,
We
no.
haven't told anyone. Now, this could be the best decision that we don't tell anyone, or you could mention this. Whatever you want to do, you can do. But, just, I think you would know that there's, like, this... You probably need a wish spell to get a soul like that back.
Certainly try. I will say, without saying too much, that the chance of success with something like this is always higher.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, I mean that's
if
just
the chance of success was 0.1% and now it's 0.2%, then it's still fucking low, but it's higher.
Yeah. Could you use this, theoretically speaking, to stabilize the magical weather device? That could, change weather for more than just once a week?
The problem with... Are you asking
Durant?
DM or are you asking Durant? Okay. Well, as this is to create something that will be either spend its potency immediately and extend its potency immediately, or in terms of an item increase its longevity, I would say that no, this is probably not the right device to use. It would probably mean that the first time you used it as a device, it would work for a very long time. And then when it was out, then the charge would be done, so to speak.
What is very long?
So instead of only working for 4 hours the first time, it might work for 40 hours.
I see. But not 40 years.
Well, I hope not. 40 years of rain sounds like shit.
England's people. England's.
A whole new range of problems.
Oh no, we've created a new lake. Lake Kenren.
I should just stand there after 6 hours and go, oh fuck.
You know what? We maybe should have overthought this before we started it. Okay. Well, I'm sure this could be used to Breland as well. But what about all of you? Onyx, especially you, might want to use something like this if you're working on creating items. Do you want to keep it?
Would definitely make everything a lot easier and better.
Right. I mean, it is ours, and if you would like to keep it, I wouldn't mind.
Real shame if he used that item and rolled a natural one on his whatever he was creating.
Yeah.
The hammer hit just wrong, so the stone goes.
Oh man.
Oh god.
25,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, just poof.
Whoopsie daisy, everybody.
And Lona would come in, get the dust, we can use the dust.
But if I understand correctly, there's more of these star sapphires that can be used in a similar fashion. What makes this one special is the size. So
It's the size and what seems to be also the potency seems to be stronger than normal. And to make it absolutely clear, star sapphires are very, 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 very rare.
Right. So you don't have one lying around with a similar potency that we could exchange for an additional.
My dear boy, if I had one lying around, I wouldn't be working anymore.
I was more asking the Dark Lanterns, or generally the treasury.
They're like, I cannot disclose such information.
Insight check. If I can,
Roll such a.
I'm gonna insight. I'm She cannot disclose such.
It's hard to-
I'm
it's hard
not.
to
I
read.
just switched back to public. I had it to
Like,
GM.
she's done this
Sorry.
for many
It was a
years.
9. It was very bad.
It's hard to read.
Yup. She cannot disclose. Well, I mean, wouldn't the king be interested in having an item like this in his treasury or
Are
museum?
you offering it up to him as a gift?
No.
Nope.
But Quite.
Yes, of course. It would be a fantastic jewel to be able to show.
would it help you in locating Noperix?
Unknown. Depends on a lot of varieties, unfortunately. If, as you suggested, he is smart enough, which he is, to make sure that he is hidden, it would probably also be done with a certain potency. Meaning that the chance of then finding him would be greater with this, absolutely. Would it automatically succeed? Few things in the world are as black and white as that. Which means
what ab-
potentially you could try and use this and it failed, which would be one hell of a waste.
What about improving our weapons or abilities when fighting someone of his blood?
I mean, again, this, as Duran has mentioned, and you already have skilled crafter in your midst, it would definitely be something that could be used for your benefit. This stone belongs to you, as per, luckily, the legal laws of how it works. You found this area in a place where it is, I would suppose the normal talk would be finders keepers, Duran? He goes, yes, quite. Good. So it's yours, and to do with it as you please. You would definitely be able to get a monetary purpose out of this, no doubt. You would be able to enhance one of, or depending on how good you are, multiple spells, or maybe one or multiple items, again, depending on your skill.
So
So you'll have to make it up with yourself, which is
Yeah.
best for you.
So either we get a lot of gold for it, that we can at least upgrade more items than one. Maybe, get some new stuff, upgrade them, gather some new spells. But we could also just use it to craft something or get one item.
Well,
And we don't know if it succeeds.
The options.
well, we can put that up to vote, of course. I mean, we have
Well,
to.
it is. If it is, you said 15,000 gold.
25,000 gold.
That was more like a conservative mass. I would say with this potency and everything else and this size, 20 to 25,000 is probably within the range.
Right.
And to the right,
So, yes.
I mean, that would be officially pricing. Would it be, I don't know, triggered to higher prices if it was on a bidding per se?
I believe she means we're going to tell the whole
Possibly.
country.
No, not at all. I mean,
The entire
I'm the
continent of
only
Columbia
known
is gonna
star
be this.
sapphire of this size in the world.
To be fair, Lona,
Sure, it could indeed be, but as with things like this, there could also be only one bidder, and you might lose money. It's the way that it can go. I find that hard to believe, but keep in mind, in terms of bidding, what if the wrong person bids for it?
or another alternative, everyone finds out about it and they don't bid for it, but they want to have it anyway. So
So
we are offered with selling or exchanging this and making it someone else's problem to take care of it. Now, the question would be for Onyx, for example, since he can use it to improve weapons or armor or whatever it might be, spells specifically. I personally don't like the option of using it for spells that are one-time use.
neither do I.
Prefer
That seems
if
very, inefficient.
Yeah.
You know.
yes, if whatever we use this item for is something that lasts for a long time for us, if not forever. Now, we can weigh the options of letting Onyx do work in improving armor or weapons, or if we sell it, just buying new weapons and armor. Both of that seem possible, and one lays the risk, and believe me, Onyx, I believe you're skilled, but there's no risk for us if we buy already finished weapons and sell this right now. But if anything of any sort goes wrong while you work on this, that might just be a risk we wouldn't need to take otherwise. Or what do you think?
Thing is, with these risks would come greater items. Yes, there's risks to it, but
I see.
like you said, it's very potent.
With great risk comes great responsibility,
So
And
what
plenty of
could
that.
or something like that.
how could this potency be used in the wrong hands? Like as I understood it, it wasn't that
Well,
was
if someone wished to cast a particular nasty spell with the material of this particular nasty spell could be made more particularly nasty. And different kinds of, as I said, items or ingenuity things could be used with this as a material component. You could potentially craft something, well, powerful. Not to mention, if we are being direct, you have already met some of the cults of the world. If they were to try and, I don't know, resurrect something and needed something potent, well, there you go.
Let's just go to the Mournland and raise the dead.
well, maybe we should keep this as for now, and maybe we can find some way to use it in a good way. And if not, we can.
Yes, if you are to keep it hidden. Don't go waving around the staff. Don't wave around your staff.
I mean, Jeremy might have shown the staff to Amalia on the ship. Well, to be fair, she did think it was a diamond and not a sapphire.
No,
Star
she does
sapphire.
not think it is a diamond. She's filling you with bullshit.
In
But
that
is it-
case, just assume that everyone knows that we have this.
No, she's
Is it
not that.
Amalia your friend
Yes, but
and a trusted ally?
hang on.
That's
Kevin, come in here. She looked.
Oh, no, Kevin!
Comes in and like looking at them like. Hang on. She kind of like writes something down very quickly. Get this to Amalia, and get her to report to this area quickly. Thank you. He kind of like runs off. Everything's fine. Just wanted to make sure.
For example, Lona, yesterday you acquired an item which improved your cleric abilities, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Linnea, you have a ring that is able to store spells.
Not as much as a ring, but I get what you mean.
Right. Rendriel, you bought a magical sword, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
You have a staff of the Python as well.
No longer.
No longer. Okay. Well, Onyx, you have a whole lot of things, like flying boots now. I suppose they change a lot. And I have, for example, my mandolin. And then Elara has her bow. These are all items that technically, you're saying, Onyx, could be improved further.
We have a staff of power.
Well, keep in
Sure.
mind, if I understand it correctly as well, this would be a crafting component that would be used when crafting something new, not
Yeah,
something
it's hard
already
to
existing.
upgrade.
Right. Just keep it in mind.
I see. So this would not be used to, let's say, improve the mandolin or improve the spell storage capabilities of whatever item you're holding, Linnea, but instead it
Well-
would be able to create a new item altogether.
I can tell you, if that was the case, the Arcanix would have already made it so. Anything that, and that's not in disrespect, Onyx, anything that you are crafting would have already been crafted by Aundair.
Wow, get
Now
flexed on.
But this
Anything
starts.
you could do, I could do better.
No,
10 times better.
No,
We've
but
got a whole lot of Chinese people in our town.
Jesus Christ. But the Star Sapphire would definitely be able to maybe surpass anything Aundair has created. Who knows? Anything legendary like the Staff of Power, or maybe that mandolin of yours.
Well,
could be
the
created with
issue
Star
with
Sapphire.
the Staff of Power was it was completely unstable. Right.
Excuse. Yeah.
There was always the chance of something going horribly wrong, and it did not recharge any of its charges. And after the last charge, something would go horribly wrong. That's how much I
Yes.
had gathered.
Yes.
So
That
Wait.
doesn't sound like a regular staff of power. This sounds like something that went wrong.
right, who is holding Erendriel? I
I
believe.
believe so, yeah.
Right, you could take it out. No better time than here, I suppose. Just don't use
Yes.
it, please.
Yes, Eventual. Take it out.
I'll dispel magic it if it does anything weird, or counterspell it.
Sure.
Nothing can go wrong. Don't worry about
Sure.
it. We won't die, I
Sure.
promise. I don't know this, of course.
I'm not sure if it really matters right now to have
I-
it in
I-
physical.
Do think it would be best if these people look at it.
I
People.
care about the Staff of Power.
And use it!
The power is
And
mine.
at the same time, I summon it to Rask
Excuse me.
and make him
So you
beat
take it
you
out
or
of-
strike the city of Rote.
So you take it out of the bag of holding, right?
Everyone roll a d20.
Dex saving. throws.
Everyone roll initiative.
Nah,
What
you're gonna
do
roll a
you-
1d100, you're gonna roll 100, and it's another a sapphire, star sapphire. That's what's gonna happen. Just
You
believe me.
fucking idiots.
Yes.
It's
So
an
what do you
evil
do
power.
with the staff?
I just grab it. I don't do anything. I just grab it out.
You just took it out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're standing there holding it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Nice.
Cool. Is this charming magic by chance?
So better.
In a way, I'll give
In a
you-
way, I have advantage. In a way, I don't have advantage. In a way.
In a way, I will give you advantage. Sure.
Because you'll need it, sure.
Oh, I did. Did not help.
well, goodbye, Erendriel.
Okay. You're holding the staff. What? Everyone's kind of like looking at you like. I suppose it is the staff that you've been.
You hand it to
And
Durant.
this is the staff that was of a personal use for the demo that you destroyed, which would be very old and quite powerful. Yes.
Yes.
I believe that's completely correct, but I can make a history check to
That was completely
remember more. I don't remember
That's
much more.
about right.
Yeah.
Right.
we found it in the city.
Close the
after-
door, please.
Wait, hold.
Perfect. 1 second. Place it on the table, please.
Oh wait, don't place it near the diamond thing. I don't know what would happen if
I
they.
mean, the diamond
close.
thing's back in the
It
bag,
is.
right?
I would put it back after. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll place it.
Please
Yeah.
place it on the table. You can't, but like you just stand there and hold it. And she's like, please let. Hang on. And you see that her eyes flash open. She traces a few rooms, and you see 4 different rooms on the 4 different walls of the room. Just woof, 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 woof. And as soon as they're all up, you just hear like a continuous, like almost like a wall of anti-magic and zone here. Is for any of you who are magic users, which would be
Everyone.
almost all of you.
Yep.
It is quite uncomfortable in here. It is almost like your magical capabilities are like being suppressed. The only one who's not really feeling it is Lona, because she's already kind of suppressed. So she's like, oh. But the rest of you guys are like, you have that weird throbbing like headache that starts like in the way back of your head. That's kind of like what you're feeling like, right? You're like, just kind of feeling like, ugh, like not feeling so great. And as this, she's standing looking at you guys. First of all, why have you not told us about this one before? Second of all, eventually, and she once again traces a few rooms and ends the magical spell with slapping you on the cheek. Like basically just a flat on the sleeve. I need you to roll again with advantage.
You can do this.
There you go.
Oh, thank God. That was
17
enough.
DC. As they slap hit you, immediately go and you're just like it quite hard. So, apologies, but extra effect and all that. And she kind of like looks over and she goes, well, this item should be locked away in some deep down place where no one will ever find it.
Wouldn't it be better to destroy it?
I am not sure if it can.
And if
Or what
it
would happen if
yes,
tempted. Sorry?
was about to say the same. And if it would be able to, what would be cost?
Consequences.
Wouldn't. Okay, so
Because
as far as I know,
there is one interesting little thing about this one. If you all listen for a second, and if you all kind of like listen and try to focus beyond the small headache that is burrowing inside your brain right now, you hear clearly before, didn't hear it before, but you hear now like whispers that comes from the staff. You just hear like, just hear these weird whispers that these comes and goes in a language that none of you speak.
do I speak it?
No, it is
Are
the
you
old language of a certain dead empire from where it fucking belongs.
Lona, you have the staff of.
No, she
I do, but I'm not attuned to that anymore, unfortunately.
Would
Oof.
anyone here use it?
Yeah, I can use it if you want.
I can.
I mean, I don't mind who. I can use
Oh.
it as well, as of now at least. But
I
it will
hand it-
take an hour.
I hand it over to Linnea. It's no use for me right now, so Probably-
No problem. Thank you.
Well,
Right.
since none of you are able, Duran, do you mind? And you see him just sitting there, kind of like, what? Yes. Something along the lines of wanting to come back,
Right.
wanting to go back to someone, its master, maybe?
They mention no corrects at any point.
No names, just... It is begging for us, essentially, to grab hold of it and use it. I suppose that's why one of you were unable to let go before for a short time. It can be
Right.
quite persuasive. Luckily, I am old and experienced. This won't have an effect on me. but on young people like yourselves, it might.
I take the compliment.
Well, present company excluded, of course.
um. Okay, so I think the best thing right now is to put it back in the bag of holding.
I am not so sure I agree with that. I probably would prefer this to be put further away.
How about?
Yes.
Usually, magical items can be used a certain amount of times per day, and if used more extensively, there's a chance that they lose their magical properties. Now, with this staff, we know for a fact that it can be used for a number of 20 charges.
Right.
In a controlled environment, one could expel all of these 20 charges and then have someone in there who can leave very quickly. Preferably in a desert where no one can die from whatever happens afterwards.
So, I need to know, the DM, how much of the information about this staff have you told her?
I would have
given her a full debriefing so she knows exactly what this staff can and cannot.
Yes, I would do that, or at least
Right.
Yeah.
To which,
It's
when
not
you say
so
that,
low.
she will look at you with an absolute look of horror and, are you out of your goddamn mind?
Have you
What-
seen him?
I am simply asking for
I
your...
think the mental disorder with personalities already cemented that he's out of his mind.
Harsh?
But true.
Look, if I remember correctly of what you said, expending all the charges would bring something truly terrible. Something so terrible that we weren't even told what it is. Just vaguely, something will happen. Which is usually not good a sign.
I see.
Don't remember this?
What did you...
You
Did you...
don't- Didn't you remember this?
I remember that, yeah, I would have told her that. What do you mean?
Let me see here what I can find about it, just because.
I mean, we were... It was more like we were told something, like, really bad happens, and... Now, my interpretation could also be that that is a giant explosion, or... Well, I suppose it could also be that a bunch of souls that are trapped in it are freed and sent to their master, which would probably be very bad. In the case of Noporex especially.
Well,
Oh my god, I just read up on the information I had on this guy.
yeah.
Yes,
it's not
here,
good.
have this fun item.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
While the even usage of this is with a risk, expending all the charges could, from what I understand from the staff, set off some kind of cataclysmic event. I don't know what cataclysmic event could be. However, with from what I can gather from it, there seems to be different kinds of chances of what could happen. One of which, just to take an example, is to apparently turn back time
Oh, we were told about that one, I believe.
in a certain area and radius. Time would be turned back for anything between 1 and 400 years.
That would if that isn't road, that would be a great advantage for the war, wouldn't you say?
If we go back 400 years, we don't exist. Road doesn't exist. 400 years back means that it's the age of the goblin.
No. What I mean is, would the area itself age 400 years back, so all of this would be covered in forest, or
I don't know how big of an area, and I have no idea what it would look like being just outside of the area. Imagining that if you're standing right outside of the zone, then suddenly in front of you everything is turned back 400 years. Imagining someone sitting on one side, the other one sitting on the other, and suddenly, poof, 400 years of change. I don't know. It is possible that it is only the people in a certain age that is then forced back 400 years and then flopped into that area 400 years back. Which means that, I mean, you would be able to tell that, hey, in 400 years this will happen.
So you would preferably have this at a safe location,
Locked away, safely,
far away from
Yes.
people.
far away from everyone.
Where would that be?
Undisclosed location, far
That's
away
probably a good idea.
from everyone.
Well, I mean, I have absolutely nothing to add. I think that sounds pretty reasonable.
That sounds like
I agree.
like the best plan. To place it in your custody, place it somewhere safe. No one
What
can
do you
harm.
say, Onyx?
I think destroying it is definitely a terrible idea and should not be an option.
Not the answer I expected.
I'm gonna
I would
insight
love
check
to
him.
see it, but
I'm gonna. Oh. Okay. No, I'm okay.
I
with
can see it's irrational.
it. Okay. Well, put it in a lead box, I suppose.
Yeah, give me a second, okay? And she kind of like thinks for a second, and the force fields just come down, and you're all like immediately like, oh, the pressure subsiding and the headache beginning to remove itself again. Give me a second, and she kind of like looks up in the roof for a second, like for about 20 seconds or so, and to the point where you guys are like also looking up, like what's she looking at?
Mm-hmm.
She goes, there we go. It will be picked up soon.
Great.
All right.
So are we waiting here for Amelia, or should we go on what we had planned?
What do you have planned?
That's
When
very-
we,
Cameron?
yeah,
Go to Cancun Castle.
I would
Cancun?
need to go by Baylor's and Guildford's
Cameron.
gates before we leave.
Cancun? Isn't that like islands or something?
Cancun.
that's a race.
That's islands.
Oh.
No, you have the Cancun, that's a race. You have Cancun Islands, that's a place in the real world. And you have Cameron, that is the castle we're about to go to.
Well, the first question would be if we how we use this not summer star. This
I still believe it's best to sell and then buy material components for people to get better stuff. But if you guys have a different plan on it, if Onyx really wants to use it to improve
No, yes, I
material.
would love to work with it.
I
Say
think
again?
he really loves to work with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's a good idea that we save it for now until we figure out how we can use it, so Onyx can make something for it. And if not, any opportunity comes up or any ideas that is a good use for it, then we can sell it later. But for now, I think it's a good idea that Onyx could potentially use it whenever we feel like it's needed.
right.
Alright.
Because we don't know what we're gonna meet in the Moonland. Maybe there is something that we need to solve as we go, and then it's good to have this item with us in that case.
Maybe it can be used to retrace your old body in some shape or form.
If
Well,
that
yeah.
is possible, then probably that material can help you with that.
That was what I also had in mind, and
Okay.
I think
Then,
that's
I think that is way more valuable than any gold or
Exactly.
weapon or anything else.
in that case, he's gonna take out the diamond rod staff and give it to Onyx.
Keep it safe then.
No, I will.
I wrote down giant diamond rod staff, 10,000 platinum pieces, star sapphire
Not
with 20,000 to
10,000.
20. Well, I updated it with 20,000 to 25,000 gold pieces after we found
Yeah.
out. So it's a star sapphire,
Yes.
and it says wards off hostile magic, especially powerful spells. That's what you said, energy, right?
Normally it has the ability to use
see?
vulnerability and
So yeah,
good we never
I'll
showed it.
remove that from my inventory then, Onyx. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
It's good you didn't wave it in Nufric's face.
All right. Yes, about waving in people's faces. I assume we should stop doing that. But I also assume it would drive up the price if people talk about it. But I don't think we want to sell it. So
Yes, and the risk would only be bigger for us.
right. In that case, Duran, you could help. I was going to Bayless and Guilfred's goods for a few orders that they can then deliver to Kenran Castle. And you can maybe help me with some of these specifics when we get there. And from that point on, I believe we can leave. If there's nothing you want to do, and look at the others.
well, no.
No.
Okay. So then, shall we go?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And as you leave, come outside, you see Amalia sitting outside, waiting for her time. She's just sitting there with a lute and just playing calmly as you guys comes out. Oh, it's so good to see all of you again. Some of you again.
Eladio.
Hi. She just keeps on playing.
You've seen the ship going back towards the isle?
Yes. It is going back to where it belongs for now. My own ship is almost done with its repairs. It would be nice to be back on my own ship. But thank you so much for both you and your family for entertaining an old captain.
No problem. I hope your ship repairs will finish soon.
I hope so too. Kind of like explicitly say loud so that everyone can hear it. It has taken quite a while.
We hit by the blast of Sharn.
To some extent, yes, and also to some extent, there's some of the creatures that followed.
Oof.
We spent several days in the New Moonland to try and find all the survivors that we could and get so many people out as we could. That also meant that we had to combat quite a few different, very horrifying creatures. But
Alright.
it is getting better. The ship is in full repair, and with the payment for the last drops and the help as long as going to Icewind Dale, there was some kind of a journey, yeah? So yeah, things are looking up. Speaking of which, Rentiel, who are these people? Like, I know I got some information on the ship, and I'm still confused, because where's Jeremy now? Eladio? The guy?
I just kind of make a hand gesture and at Alexander and just kind of shrug like it's him. Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Many.
Go
I
ahead.
have a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, you can
First of
come.
all, I would
with
actually
us.
know, and you just hear Elven background. I can tell you all that. Just come in here. what the bosses call. Have a good day, everyone. You can like goes in and goes.
And
Me too.
again, Amelia, thank you for helping us.
Pleasure. Should be again, then don't hesitate to contact me.
We will.
Good luck. She closes the
You too.
door. Just before the door closes, you just see Elva going, "That took your sweet ass time."
Okay. Baylor's and the Guilfreds. The big party. Everyone goes to Baylor's and Guilfred's. Good times.
Yeah, no, not really. Well, while we're leaving, I'm gonna look
dear.
to see if I can get a glimpse of a certain someone inside.
A certain someone.
A certain someone.
The other person from the inn.
No. I mean, when we're leaving the headquarters right now, I'm gonna look if I can see certain someone.
Oh well.
Not actively looking or searching, but more or less, looking around if I can just get a. Yes. And I would actually not come to Guilfred's Good. I will wait for you. Where are we going from, by the way? We go. Yeah, when we travel.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to care of them.
Yeah. So I'll
You're right
wait.
there, basically.
Yeah. I'll wait. What the care.
Okay.
All right. That's fine. Alexander, right?
Yes.
Yes. If it would not be that harsh. Last time I tried to get the elven chain from Guilford's and Balin's Goods, but they didn't have it. Is there some other place that sells magical armors?
There is a different store, Jeremy. Erenriel, you went there, correct?
They don't really do armors there.
Right. That's what I thought. So, other than that, energy, would Jeremy or Eladio know something that sells armor? Like elven. It's called elven armor, right? And it's
Elven chain.
Elven chain. That's what it's called.
Consider the Elva chain is quite I mean, Balin and his brothers would probably get stuff like that in from time to time.
What we're doing right now is
Since I do work with more exotic stuff.
Right. We are ordering things that they will deliver to Kenran Castle. They might not have it now, but we can place it on the order.
Yes.
And then they can deliver it to the castle when we arrive.
Oh, that's fine as well.
Let's just find out when we get there.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were we planning to go to New Sire, or did we cancel that plan, by the way?
Yep. We're going to. You see the orange trail?
Yeah.
That's a train, basically. We're gonna take the train from Road to Starilaskur.
Yeah.
And then walk to New Sire.
And from there,
ride on horses, and then go to Kenran.
Yeah, basically we'll follow the main road after the train.
Yep. And we're gonna try, and I mean try, not to jump out of the train halfway. We'll see if we can manage.
We'll see how it goes.
Not like next.
There's a good chance that Linnea is gonna hang behind and has to jump on the train and try and get through the window. that might be a possibility here.
And do almost acrobatic shit, but then fail domestically.
Almost die.
Yeah, because I can't.
But that's.
It's not the same as Sharn, okay?
Are we gonna throw people out of the train as well? That's coming back to business again.
We'll see.
If Kevin enters the train, I mean, who knows, right? It's
I'll just
maybe
use
Jimmy
over
on
there.
the table. Maybe Jimmy from the Dark Lanterns is gonna be like, "Hey, I managed this train. Fuck off."
I think it would be a great thing for Kevin not to recognize any of you, since you're all different. So he would come in and just sit and be like, "Oh, hello, who are you?" And then when you explain who you are,
oh no,
I need to leave. For I'm booted out.
All right.
Control wins.
We're going to the dudes. Are they there? Is everything cool?
Yeah. Everything
Alright.
seems cool. They seem to be thriving. There seems to be a bit of a queue.
A queue.
Cube. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 3-4 people waiting in line.
Oh,
That's
let's.
okay. I'll stand in the back. I don't mind.
Okay, so you guys come over as almost the whole group, just as one.
This one bundle.
Okay, and you see that you just wait there until they get to the next customer. It's always the small, grumpy dwarf that goes in and, yeah, what can I get for you? And you hear the brother going back on, please, be mindful, you have to be respectful, you have to... shut up! What do you want? The customer, in this case, being somewhat of a highborn, was going to be like, well, I need something for my daughter. See, I need something that can be used specifically on her horse when she's out horseback riding, and I need something of a saddle and armor to the front of the horse. That could be made with particularly in decent mind. And he takes like a pouch out and places them on the counter, and you guys see like different kind of sizes of different gemstones that he wants to be incorporated into the armor of the horse, apparently. And he goes, well, it's a little bit mundane, and I mean, there's nothing special about these, but that doesn't mean it's easy to be done. When do you want it to be done? And he goes, well, as fast as possible, obviously. Here's my address. I expect it to be delivered within the week. And he, as the dwarf says, he just looks at him with no in his hand going, well, you can expect a lot of things. That doesn't mean it magically happens, right? Price. We're gonna discuss that as well, or... And he goes, like, I'm sure whatever price you want for this, it can be done. And you just see the dwarf raising an eyebrow and goes, well, in that case, then, 1,000 gold seems fair, right? And you can see, even the noble is like taking a step back, like, that seems a bit steep. I'm pretty sure you just said that anything that I would want for it would be agreeable, right? Yes. Anyone else hear that? Right? I mean, hello. And the noble goes, well, of course it can be done. I'll have the money sent to you right away. Good. We won't start until we get the money, though. But I hope you understand. And he kind of like takes the order and goes slide over.
Why is this guy working in the front? That makes no sense. This is a terrible business model.
I mean, he just got 1,000 gold for some horse
Thank you for your
armor.
contribution. You appreciate it. Next.
This is like comics.
Oh no!
You see a human woman who comes up, who looks a lot more like middle class. Has long brown hair. It has like a nice enough dress, but it's very clear that there's a huge difference between her and the noble that was just in front of her. And she comes up a little bit shaken because, I have this from my late husband, and she shows like a locket with a gemstone that seems to be residing in the middle of it. During recent unfortunate events, this locket was unfortunately ruined. I was hoping that you would be able to repair it, and the magical residue that resided in it as well. You see that Bill has a bit of a different approach this time, as he takes up the locket and he looks it over and he inspects it carefully and goes, well, yes, repairing it should not be a problem. In terms of what effect did it have? And she goes, well, when I opened it, usually it would show a small hologram with a face of my late husband. It's the only thing I have to remind him of it, but since the chain snapped, it hasn't done that. And he goes, okay, this should definitely be a bit doable. Yeah, far more interesting chase than trying to put a few gems in a freaking horse armor. For this, a simple repair in terms of adding in the magical components again, that will of course will take some time. This will probably take about 24 to 48 hours. Let's say 48 hours to make sure, and in that case I will give you a discount. 50 gold pieces. And she goes, right. Right, and she begins like counting, and she just barely gets up to like 15. Like, yeah, it's pretty much all I have. And he like looks at her for like a long 5-10 seconds. Goes, half now, and we will half when we're finished, of course. And she goes, oh, okay. Takes 25 of them back. 48 hours, we'll be here, and we'll be ready for it. And she just thanks a lot and walks off. Then she kind of like looks up and sees you guys. He goes, you guys. Finally, some interesting stuff is about to happen, as usually is. What can I get you?
Elven chain.
Right off the bat, Elven chain. Okay. Brother? And he kind of like, right, give me a second. We do have supplies coming in later today, actually. Or probably tomorrow by the time that it is now. Which should help in this endeavor. Is there anything specific? Is it just the armor, right?
It's with the magical property that I, as a magic caster, won't need, and it will get its armor proficiency. As you know, that it gives me the armor proficiency that I can wear
Right.
it.
So in this case, the standard armor of Elden Chain. That would definitely be something that could be done. Yes. It is a bit of a rare item to make, which also means it will take a little bit of a longer time. Is it something you need right away, or?
No, it can also be done later.
We will be ordering quite a few things and ask you to send them to Castle Kenran. This could be part of what you send to the castle.
Right, definitely. It will probably be sent not in bulk, but as soon as it's ready, then it will be sent on its way, of course. Let's see. Elven Chain, there we go. It's a little bit of a hefty price. And she looks it through and goes, okay, with the different materials and be able to crafting this, we will probably be able to send it in about 3 or 4 days, giving the time to actually craft the item as well. The normal price for an Elven Chain is about 4,000 gold, with the with you already providing so much for us that you already have, and the help that we have gotten from all of you, 2,000 I think would be more fair.
2,000? That's fine.
And this should be sent to the castle, yes?
Yes.
Alright, I'll have my brother crafting it the moment the material comes in.
Durant, when do you believe we will arrive at the castle?
Well, we are taking the train most of the way, and we're also stopping at New Sire, and considered that anything with you guys seems to take an awful lot of time, it will probably take at least more than a couple of days.
I see. So,
It's not
and how
always
long would the delivery
the
take?
train trip in itself is not that far.
No.
Actually, it is quite far. It will probably take like a day or so, maybe a bit more, and train. And then by carriage, it will also take a day to Sire, and then to Kenran. We're talking between 4 to 6 days
All right.
in total. Would be my estimate. Being it you guys, that might be anywhere between that and double.
And the delivery, how long would that take?
The delivery will need to be crafted first, and we would be able to send it in about, let's say, 3 days time that we can send it, and then the time for it to actually arrive with our special couriers, an additional 3 days.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else any of you want to order?
No, I'm good.
So I know that Jeremy was here yesterday, and he discussed the possibility of a casket of infinite water. Basically, that's what it was, and ale.
Oh,
How the eyebrows light.
Hold on, where did I write this down? The fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. He was told these caskets might be these should be stationary for the castle, and would range from 10 to 20 people in the supply. And I believe it was 350 gold per piece. I don't remember.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Now, Durant, you said there are up to 60 people in this castle, correct?
That would be the uncomfortable amount, yes.
Right. How many would there be with the people we have working there currently?
Well, with everyone that we're also getting along now, we are reaching about 45 to 50.
In that case, I would like to have water for 50 people per day, and keeping in mind that this
There
would
is
be a
a-
desert.
Keep in mind that there is a well in the middle of the castle that does work. But still, yeah, should be doable.
I'm considering the possibility that this castle is under sieges a lot of the time. I wouldn't like to rely on a single well if
Well,
the castle is under siege.
it hasn't been under siege for a long time, but
Oh, but you said attacked. I might have misinterpreted.
the area, so that no one attacks the castle itself, no one's dominant. Well,
I see.
But in that regard, the water should not be that big of a concern necessarily.
Oh, well, any bonus water could be used for irrigation.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
That was the next thing I was going to bring up. A potentially larger container that can refill itself and be used for irrigation.
Right, so you want something that is basically like a
Drinking water
the
and
casket of ale, but in this case, just with drinking water and as a larger one. For 50 people, that's quite a lot for...
well, I was thinking of
lot.
having 3 of them. If they're for 10 to 20 people each, you could have 3 of these at a certain station that we call the free water station. And if anyone wanted to drink water and the well was empty or dirty or anything else, they could get the water from there.
Well, what we can do is that there's a decanter of endless water, which is something we actually have in store.
Mhm.
You can speak one of 3 commands. One is Stream, which produces 1 gallon of water. You can cast Fountain, which produces 5 gallons of water. Or Geyser, which produces 30 gallons of water. Which literally gushes forth in a geyser that is about 30 feet long and 1 foot wide. So, keep in mind that this is quite a lot of water that can be created. In terms of the decanter of endless water is something that I would probably rather suggest, since it is something that we already have in stock and is easier to create.
A decanter looks like a vase or something like that, right?
It looks almost like a weird genie bottle.
Right.
Quite
Okay.
beautiful, is it? But it is, as I said, it can up to 30
And
gallons of water, which is, I don't
per
even
day.
know what is a normal language.
I think one person of medium size needs 1 gallon of water a day. So that would be for 30 people if it can provide 30 gallons in total per day.
It's about 30 gallons is about 136
Yeah, 113.
liters.
Sorry.
136 liters.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
what I got on Google.
Yeah. I just
maybe
know that-
different types of gallons, because mine says 113.562.
We'll
That's
say
US.
130 liters.
1 gallon is about 3.6 liters, I think. A little less, maybe.
Because it's US liquid gallons.
The I know from D&D that it says 1 medium creature needs 1 gallon of water per day, but in really hot environments, this could be double.
Right. In terms of where they are now, I would say we're talking. Let's say, well, let's talk in liters. It's about, they can produce about 130 liters per day, and one man would drink about 3 liters a day in terms of the environment that you're in.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
In terms of the environment that you're in.
Okay.
So, in this case, that would be what? A lot of people.
If 1 gallon is about 3 liters, you can size that. So
what I'm saying is, with the well and this
people.
decanter, you would be
30 people.
It would be pretty well, right? With both the well and this one that you can create every day.
Okay. In that case, I would order one of these. Or I suppose I wouldn't have to order it. It's already here in stock. You could just buy it immediately.
Yes, we do have it in stock.
Okay. So that would be water for 30 people a day. Hold on, I'm gonna write this down.
And you also have to keep in mind that, like, there is technically by let's see here what it says in World 20. I don't think there is a limit per se.
Oh, there's no limit?
No, you use an action and then you can produce geyser.
Oh, well, in that
water,
case,
so yeah.
Okay. No, that's even better.
Let's see here.
You don't see it that it says
no
limit.
There is technically no limit.
All right. Well,
we'll find out what happens if it's getting overused.
In that case, how much would this cost?
135,000 gold. I'm kidding.
Well, time to sell the Star Sapphire.
Yeah. Like what? Fuck. Trying to find here. Hang on.
I mean, it's called Decanter of Endless Water. It makes sense that it's endless. To be fair. Yeah. Be quite a name if it wasn't.
So, okay, this is a weird thing with these kind of fucking items, because technically, for some unknown reason, it is marked as an uncommon item,
Yeah.
which means that the price range usually isn't that much.
Just make up whatever you want. It's fine.
But the transportation that it uses, since it's endless, which again it's fucking powerful, would place it more in a range of like 9,000 gold.
I mean, this is completely
so
fine. So
my price range is 500 to 9,000, which, as you can see, is a pretty large.
We just established that one that does it for 20 people, 10 to 20 people, was 350, right? That's what we just established. So
yeah,
this would be and it could be used in irrigation across all countries. So if you have a small farmer with 150 gold who just walks up and buys this and has water forever, so make up whatever you think it should be in this world.
I would say, since magic is high magic world, and it is used for building things and crafting things, and so in that case I can understand why it would be uncommon, but it would still be priced in a way where normal people, poor people, don't have a chance. You guys are not poor people, so I will say 5,000 gold.
Okay.
And then you can have it immediately.
Similarly, I would like something like this, which I already stated earlier, with ale.
Right. That's gonna have, in his voice, that's gonna take some crafting to do.
I understand.
Since the transportation will have to be changed, which means that the price also goes up by quite an amount. Consider that we will have to make a transportation and then change it.
To be completely honest, I don't want it to be infinite, because I don't know if anyone would survive it if they drank an infinite amount.
No, precisely. That is probably.
I know that Onyx a long time ago had something like this, which was able to do it 3 times a day.
Yes.
Right. It was not extraordinarily expensive. 3 times a day would be a little too not enough, let's just say. But if the mercenaries would like to drink, or the people we have there on 1 or 2 of the nights, there should be enough ale to supply, let's say, 40 men.
I believe, if I remember correctly, can say if I'm wrong here, Onyx, I do believe that it was basically a decanter of endless ale. We just changed things around.
To maximum 3. Yeah. And then he sacrificed it.
I would say, because I have some notes written down.
What a sacrifice!
In this case, it would be if you said pour, it would increase. It would produce enough ale to fill a pint, which you would be able to do 10 times a day. If you say fill instead of pour, say fill, it produces a gallon of ale. This you would be able to do 3 times a day. And if you say geyser, it will produce 30 gallon of ale that will gush up in a geyser 30 foot long, which would be able to use once a week. However, keep in mind that all this spewing around, you'll have to try and go around and try and catch it, right? So
what's going to happen is, once a week, everyone is going to get super drunk, and then when they're super drunk, they're going to use the once a week ability to have a geyser also come out of it.
I mean, it's a good party to drink.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What do you say that we change it a little bit to both reduce the price and the safety of everyone involved? So pour would means that it can produce enough ale to fill a pint. This would be done. This will be able to do, let's say, 20 times a day.
Okay.
And fill, which produces a gallon of ale, let's say 5 times a day. However, the additional power for these 2 things will then be taken from the geyser, which will then be removed.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, that would work. And so in total, there could be 20 pints, and on top of that, 5 gallons. That would be quite enough for a range of people.
It would be more than enough for most people to die, but you know.
Well, it's not for an individual, it's for a large group. But yes.
Well, I've heard rumors.
We can test out how much Onyx can drink of this.
And he kind of like looks over and then looks down. I'm guessing that the rumors I've heard of Onyx, I mean no offense, the first thing he would try to do is put it in his mouth and yell geyser.
I shall not comment.
Which I will say would be quite a sight to behold.
Oh. Oh man. And then upside down, like those thingies that you can play with. Like
Well, the thing is that if you are hit by it, you do actually take
oh shit!
damage. Like you actually do take that.
But it's the best damage Alex ever took.
You can target an object that isn't being worn or carried and weighs no more than 200 pounds.
Oh man, that's great.
Yeah, so you will have to be able to pour it 20 times every 24 hours and fill 5 times every 24 hours.
Okay, ale 20 times 5 gallons every.
And this reduced ale would be crafted and sent to you guys and cost, let's say, 1,000 gold.
Okay. Okay.
And taste of fish, of course.
I was just gonna say, just make sure that it's not fish ale.
As soon as you say that, he's like, "What? I've never heard of it. Is this some kind of joke?
No.
Fish ale?
Unfortunately not.
Who in their right mind would even..."
People in fisher towns.
A whole town of them.
Well,
Then Gillespire.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can see just his brother, the dwarf, just kind of like standing in the background with his eyes wide. Fish ale?
Okay.
God.
Durant, how do people wash themselves in this desert? Is it just magical abilities that they have, or
Which one, sorry?
how do they wash themselves in the desert?
They so well.
Oh, and when it's
There's a
dirty?
well.
Do you mean the
Taking
well
out
that
the
they
bucket and
drink? I see.
Big well.
Okay.
But now I suppose that they can just roll around in the field yelling Geyser.
I suppose they can. The one idea was also that we've covered the water and ale, of course, both equally important. But there's an issue of food potentially. If there's a lot of people. Do we hunt for food in this castle, or how does that work?
My food will be delivered as part of the arrangement.
Right. I would prefer, if possible.
But I mean, since it's your area, and in that case, any kind of animal you would find in that area would also be able to be eaten, of course. I don't know how you like scorpion, but
A while ago, quite a while ago, we were on a longer travel, and Adriel, I believe it was Adriel, cast a spell that created little berries called the good berries. Now these berries nourish a person for an entire day. And
right?
I was thinking of something that creates these berries, like a dispenser of sorts. The normal first level spell creates 10. They can both nourish a person and they can heal them. So in case of wounds that might need magical healing, these berries could help. Well,
I would say that the abracadabras that you have might be the only one that I can think of that might be able to do it.
I see. So you believe they... Because I'm not sure it can create magical.
Try?
I'm gonna say good berries.
Okay.
Like a pile of good berries, something like that.
Okay. Okay, there's a little pile of good berries.
I'm gonna
Looking
eat-
like good berries.
I'm gonna eat one.
It's a nice berry. No
Does it-
magical...
It does not nourish me for an entire day.
No.
It does not give me 1 extra HP, which I didn't need because I was full. Okay.
No.
They taste great, but they don't have the...
Unfortunately, this is a kind of magic that would probably require a person, someone who's skilled in the magic. A wizard, perhaps. not an
Yeah,
item that can just freely dispense other magical items.
No, I was
unfortunately.
just thinking of it as the decanter of endless water, but for berries.
You have to remember that the endless water doesn't dispense magical water. This would have to
Sure.
dispense magical good berries. That's the difference. I can look into it, but it's not something I am familiar with.
For that, I have a good idea. We could exchange sending stones, so I assume you have many here. And as a sign of future trading, you could give one of these pairs to us, and I will be able to contact you at any time with an order or questions. And
Make a
you would be
persuasion
able
check.
to contact me if it's in store. Persuasion check. I'm gonna use my /R 1d4 because I can. 32.
Yeah, not enough. As well, does bring customer support to a whole different level, I suppose. All right, that's part of all the other things you have bought. And he goes down and takes one up and places it on the table for you.
Perfect. That's just a normal sending stone, right?
See.
Okay. I'm gonna write down Goodberry dispenser update.
It's a sending stone where you have to do it in Morse code.
Sending stone. Wait. Okay, and I think one last thing. And I'm done, I promise. Oh, two tiny things. I would like to be able to contact Durant while we're on our travels. Is it possible? I thought about two things. Three. There's one possibility of creating something like a sending stone, but have it work for longer durations, where I would be able to talk to him.
No, unfortunately not. Not with the limits that are in these.
That would be my
It-
question. If they would be able to create something like that, I'm like naming.
Unclear. Probably not.
Mhm.
This is a magic that has kind of a specific, very specific limit to it.
And
It is
two
easier
other-
to have something when it's not as specific, where you can move around, but here it is quite
Right.
specific.
And two other ideas were, one, we could try and enhance this scrying ball to allow me to talk to him when I scry on
Then
him.
we are
which-
going outside of scrying. The purpose of scrying is spying. What you are talking about would be communication in a whole other way.
Exactly.
I can look into it, but again, this seems like a combination between both sending and scrying. So combining different kind of elements into it would probably
Exactly.
be hard, but I would try and look into it. It's an interesting proposition.
And the last idea I had was we ran into a mirror in Icewind Dale, in Bryn Shander specifically, which allowed you to communicate. In that case, it was just people from different planes. Maybe they were real, maybe they were not. But I was thinking if it was possible to do something similar, let's say a mirror, one that would be stationed at the castle, just a normal larger mirror with magical properties, and one smaller mirror that I could take with me. And through these mirrors, we could communicate for a certain amount of time every day or every week.
I've never heard of a mirror that is being able to use in this fashion. Interesting. Did it work like direct communication or projection in terms of illusion, or
It was
Dude.
that you could see the other person in the mirror while talking.
interesting? Again, this is very new for me. An interesting idea and concept, but I'll have to look at some serious history books to try and find something that even remotely is similar to it.
Okay. Do you have any alternatives for communication that would allow?
Sending stones are being able to do it. Some people can do it with their mind instead, which is also quite effective. It's always more effective and easier to do when you have inherent magic and to learn that.
Right, but those are
Getting it down into an item is exceedingly hard.
But those are shorter forms of communication. It doesn't allow a conversation of 10 minutes or an hour.
Sure, but some are capable of it. There's some warlocks who are able to at least use their properties to directly talk into someone's mind. I have heard of Calistars being able to also doing this with their extended abilities in terms of linking with the minds of others. But these are more like, you have to understand, inherent magic, not learned magic spells, which is why it is so difficult to try and get down on an item. Had it been a magic spell that you can just slap on, then it is much easier. But here we're talking inherent learned magic that is quite difficult to get formally down into a formula and into an item. That is why it's such a difficult thing, and why it's interesting, very interesting proposition, but not something I've actually actively heard much about. This mirror that you talk about is very intriguing. Is that something that you can show me, or?
I believe it was destroyed fully, was it not?
Oh, shame. It would
Is
probably
the-
been maybe even one of a kind.
Is the frame, was it still there at the end? I would ask the others.
Yeah, the frame was still there, but the glass was shattered completely.
We can ask.
We have a shard of it, right?
You do?
A sharded mirror.
No.
No? Yes? I think you do.
If you do.
Do we know?
I don't have
You
that.
said that you were going to leave it, but I think someone stayed behind to take it either way. And I can't remember if it was Onyx or Rendrail that did that. But I believe so.
Thor, do you remember us taking a shard? This.
Yes, we took it, and I don't even believe we ever thought about leaving it.
Okay.
Yes, we just took it.
Okay. So, do you want to show it?
I don't believe I had it, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think I would have written it down if I had it. That's all I can say, and I haven't written it down. This is vaguely in my mind correct.
I'm pretty sure Linnea has it.
Nea?
Yeah.
Why would she have it? She wasn't even in the room for the mirror.
No, but I was there when the last part of the mirror was there, and I saw the shard.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, if I have it, then I won't show it with my hand touching the glass. No way. Jose
Put
there,
on the glove.
Mr. DM.
No way, Jose.
I'll cast Mage Hand and then grab it. Let the Mage Hand grab
It's like
the thing.
6 on the glass. And
Weird flex, but okay.
When you just see it, it looks like an ordinary glass. But the way that you are being very careful about it, I'm assuming that you are afraid of what it could potentially do.
Yes.
Interesting.
We can ask.
Let me do some research, and I will come back to you with the setting. So, yeah.
You
can
want to
also
keep
ask
it somewhere
someone
safe
to-
then? Inside
For
the
now,
box?
consider how you just hold it. Keep it. Let me do some research first, and then we can discuss how to approach.
I'll drop
We
it
won't be in the
safely.
city, which means.
Don't worry, we have our ways.
I see. We can also get you the frame. It's not the mirror itself, but it might contain some residues of it.
That would help immensely, yes.
Okay. And one last thing is nothing we would order now, but we're trying to get someone to you, a gnome. I think he was a gnome, right? Copper was a gnome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A gnome called Copper. This gnome is from Icewind Dale. You might have seen him there, even. And he will be coming, if he does, with a magical device called a Summer Star. He will have plans of this device, and the purpose of the device he can explain to you in detail. He knows it very well. I would hope that working with him, which I would suggest because he's very good at what he does, you might be able to bring this device to work. It can change the weather around it in a 5-mile radius for a couple of hours, depending how long. I believe we will find out. And Onyx, after inspecting it, believes it can be possible to do this once a week safely. That would surely be a challenge. It would not be putting emeralds into horse armor. But I believe that it can be done, especially after what Onyx said.
That is quite a device. Okay. We will await his arrival with eagerness, I suppose.
Of course, when that happens, we will see how much it costs. This is going to be difficult to ascertain now.
Communicate when it's possible. Yes.
Right. Okay, so it was. You said 5,000 gold for the water, right? 4,000.
Yes, 5,000 and then 1,000 for the other ale.
Okay. I'm gonna give him the script thingy that Elvesa gave me from the city. That basically says I'm gonna pay for everything.
Okay. And then he takes the script and looks it over, and then makes a note in his books and stuff like that. And you see that the stamp that is there is kind of like a double stamp that he gives back to you. Like, yeah.
Just to make sure, I don't think this pays, and I don't mean this rudely. This doesn't pay for your armor. I believe it's purely for the castle needs.
That's fine. I have 2,000 gold. That's fine.
All right, all right. There you go.
Thank you for your patronages. Much appreciated.
No problem.
And you will let me know when I hold up the sending stone if there's any information on the good berry dispenser or a possibility to talk for longer periods of time. Okay. Well, in that case, we can leave. Yeah, take the decanter of water and run away. Screaming Gazer.
All right. So while this is happening, Lona, what are you doing?
Well, the things that I wrote to you.
Okay. So you're just sitting and waiting until then at the caravan?
Yeah.
All right. Well, in about a good hour or so later, the others do appear with Duran as well. Things has been loaded up into the rail train, and you can see the different kind of guards, stuff like that is there with you. There's a few of them. No one you notice, no one you recognize, as you say.
I would have sent away the thing that I was doing as well.
Yes.
With a trusted courier or whatever.
Okay.
So not just like a normal courier, just like someone that.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. As you guys come back and you see the train is ready and everyone, and you see Elva and you see a few and the male twins there as well, and you see a few others there. Just right. We're just here to wish you all good luck, and yeah, be careful. And everyone is hoping that if anyone can find a solution to this moonland, it's you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hand her the letter that I wrote for Copper that they should deliver.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send you later what it says.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll make sure that this comes into the right hand. Good luck, everyone, and keep us posted on developments whenever you can. Okay?
We will.
All right.
I would also hand her another letter from Jeremy.
She takes it and then looks at you like, yeah.
And I mean, that would just basically. You can open it right now. That's gonna be easier.
She will.
And it's basically gonna say, I hereby declare that all my properties and belongings are going to Alexander. It just says Alexander. There's like no second name.
She looks at it and goes like, she says only in a voice that you can hear. I might not be a lawyer, but I do believe that handing me a note like this would not formally actually work. It would need a bit of a, signature, full name.
Yeah, he would have done all of that.
proof
That's true. He would have written his own name, then he would have
She
signed.
turns it around and of course he would do it on 2 pages. It's Jeremy, of course.
Right.
I will keep that as a note. Thank you.
Just I don't know what the regulations are with the castle given to us, but
We will sort that out. Don't you?
right. Okay.
And as you guys are getting ready to where you see like the royal guard coming into the place, as King Bronel is also coming and sending you
boy.
off. And as he's coming there, you see everyone standing at attention and goes, please everyone, just wanted to wish you good travels, a good luck, and a reminder that while you have already proven capable and trustworthy and exemplary, the world is in a place where we need more of that. If anyone can solve the mystery of the Mournland, well, I believe it's you. So, in some countries, I suppose they would say Godspeed. For me, I will simply say, good luck. And kind of like just goes over and each one of you shakes your hand, looks you in the eye, and just, in a form of respect.
What happens when he shakes my hand?
No, don't. He's already been briefed.
Oh. Nice.
He just as he gives you your hand, he goes, this age fits you better. And then he walks on. With that, the train seems to be waiting for you guys if you want to
Well,
get
let's
ready
go.
for leaving.
Let's go.
All right. Let's find a window we can jump out of.
You get one of the front row wagons where there's it's pretty nice, let's just say like that. Like it's not coach. This is more like the pristine area where there's lots of room and there's benches, there's even sleeping cots, and there is your own bar corner with a guy standing there ready to serve both food and beverages.
Bar corner.
Yeah, so it's like a long area, and then in the corner of the front area, there's like a corner kind of thing where there's alcohol and food and all kinds of things.
All right.
And as you guys settle in, it's like in the midday, and the train slowly begins gaining up speed via the electrical rails. And as it does so, as you guys settle down, relax, and prepare for the long journey that is ahead of you. Well, at least a few days journey in train, and soon to be horseback. You remind yourself, traveling in train instead of horseback is a lot better, faster, and much more comfortable, especially with seats like these. Let you guys sit and look out through the window. At the window, maybe by chance, maybe by someone who knows you better than you think, Lona, a little paper figurine sits in the corner of the window. Similar to one that you made not very long, maybe only hours ago, but in different color.
No. Like, was it inside a train?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I tuck it away with a smile.
Okay. That's where we're going to stop for today, as you guys begin your travel out of road after spending 2 whole days there.
Alrighty. Hey, we made it out.
You guys finally made it out?
Can't believe it.
Yeah, finally made it out with all the things that you need to be prepared, I hope.
I actually realized I forgot one thing, but it doesn't matter.
Oof. Oof.
It really doesn't matter.
But yeah, now begins the travel by train towards Starilasco. And then horseback to New Sire, and then towards Kenron. I assume.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You assume.
I
Very
assume,
nice.
but I
I
never
see
know.
you've learned.
We might end up at Starilasco, and you guys go, no, let's continue with the trail into Rumonian directly. And we'll go, okay, here we go.
Hmm.
Very nice.
All right, well, finally we're getting out of road. It's
Yeah.
a bit of a travel. I don't remember how long it will take, but it fits up with about those days I mentioned. Especially
And-
since you have like it's not a very quickly. This is not a train that is with passengers per se. This is like specifically for you guys. So it's like it's not gonna stop in all kinds of weird places. It's just gonna
It's
go.
still the same day though, right? As
Huh?
we're not getting into the night or something.
No, it was like midday when you guys
Okay.
traveled.
Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, bad.
So because you guys were up early, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So good job, guys. Finally leaving road towards your new home.